Welcome back to the channel. Today we're diving into the wisdom of Seneca, the Stoic philosopher who offers powerful techniques for managing anger effectively. If you've ever struggled with controlling your temper or find yourself reacting impulsively, this video is for you. Stick around as we explore how you can transform your relationship with anger through Stoic principles. Anger is a universal emotion, one that we all experience at some point in our lives. It's an intense response to perceived threats, injustices, or frustrations. While anger can sometimes serve a useful purpose, motivating us to address wrongs or defend ourselves, it often does more harm than good. Uncontrolled anger can lead to impulsive decisions, damaged relationships, and long-term emotional and physical health problems. Understanding the multifaceted nature of anger and its potential consequences is crucial to managing it effectively. Let's start by breaking down the common triggers of anger. These can vary widely from person to person, but often include situations where we feel disrespected, treated unfairly, or misunderstood. For some, anger arises from external circumstances like traffic jams, rude comments, or workplace frustrations. For others, it might stem from deeper internal sources such as unresolved past trauma, chronic stress, or feelings of inadequacy. Regardless of the trigger, the result is often the same, a powerful surge of emotion that can cloud our judgment and lead us to react in ways we later regret. One of the biggest challenges with anger is its ability to hijack our rational thinking. When we're angry, the brain's amygdala, which processes emotions, takes over, and the prefrontal cortex, responsible for decision-making and impulse control, becomes less active. This is why anger is often described as a blind emotion. It narrows our focus to the immediate source of our frustration, making it difficult to consider the broader context or long-term consequences of our actions. For example, imagine a scenario where you're driving home after a long day at work. You're exhausted and just want to get home as quickly as possible. Suddenly, another driver cuts you off, nearly causing an accident. Your immediate reaction is anger. Your heart races, your muscles tense, and you might even find yourself shouting or gesturing at the other driver. In that moment, your focus is entirely on the perceived wrong that has been done to you, and your anger demands an immediate response. But what if that response leads to reckless driving, an altercation, or worse? The consequences of acting on your anger in the heat of the moment could be severe. This is where the teachings of Seneca and Stoic philosophy become invaluable. Seneca recognized that while anger is a natural human response, it is also a destructive force that must be managed carefully. He described anger as a temporary madness, an emotion that, if left unchecked, can drive us to actions that are entirely out of character and against our best interests. According to Seneca, the key to managing anger lies not in suppressing it entirely, but in understanding its origins, recognizing its signs, and developing the self-discipline to control our reactions. In today's fast-paced world, anger is more prevalent than ever. The pressures of modern life, work stress, social media, traffic, and the constant bombardment of negative news can all contribute to a heightened sense of frustration and anger. We live in a society that often glorifies quick emotional reactions, which can make it difficult to maintain calm and composure when faced with provocation. The challenge, therefore, is not to eliminate anger entirely, but to manage it effectively so it does not control us. For many people, the difficulty in managing anger is compounded by societal expectations and norms. In some cultures, expressing anger is seen as a sign of strength and assertiveness, while in others it might be considered inappropriate or a loss of self-control. These cultural factors can influence how we perceive and handle anger, sometimes leading us to either bottle it up or express it in unhealthy ways. The key is to find a balance, acknowledging and addressing our anger without letting it dictate our behavior or damage our relationships. Seneca offers a path forward, providing practical strategies for recognizing the early signs of anger, understanding its roots, and developing the self-discipline to respond in a measured and constructive way. By learning to manage our anger, we can improve our relationships, enhance our decision-making, and lead a more peaceful and fulfilling life. Understanding anger from a Stoic perspective begins with acknowledging that, like all emotions, it originates from our judgments and perceptions. According to Stoicism, it is not external events themselves that disturb us, but rather our interpretation of those events. This foundational Stoic insight, articulated by Epictetus, holds that our thoughts about situations, not the situations themselves, cause our emotional responses. When someone insults us, it is not the insult that angers us, but our belief that the insult is an affront to our dignity or worth. This understanding is crucial because it shifts the focus from trying to control external circumstances, which are often beyond our control, to managing our internal responses, which are within our power. This concept can be illustrated by imagining a situation where you receive critical feedback at work. The feedback itself is neutral, it's simply information. But if you perceive the feedback as a personal attack or as evidence of your inadequacy, it's likely to trigger anger or defensiveness. However, if you choose to interpret the feedback as an opportunity for growth or as a sign of someone's investment in your development, your emotional response might be entirely different. By shifting your perception, you can transform a potentially anger-inducing situation into a constructive one, identifying triggers and adjusting expectation. Seneca teaches that one of the first steps in managing anger is to recognize its triggers. By becoming aware of the situations, people, or thoughts that tend to provoke anger in us, we can begin to anticipate and prepare for these moments. This preparation allows us to respond thoughtfully rather than react impulsively. Seneca advises taking a moment to pause and reflect before responding to a provocation. This simple act of delaying our reaction can give us the time needed to regain composure and think more clearly about the situation. Let's delve deeper into the idea of recognizing triggers. Seneca believed that understanding the root causes of our anger was essential to managing it. Often, anger arises when our expectations are not met, whether those expectations are about how others should behave, how situations should unfold, or how we should be treated. By identifying these expectations and examining whether they are reasonable or fair, we can begin to adjust them, reducing the likelihood of feeling angry when things don't go our way. For instance, if you find yourself frequently angry in traffic, consider what expectations you might have that contribute to this. Perhaps you expect that other drivers should always be courteous, that traffic should flow smoothly, or that you should never be delayed. These are understandable desires, but are they realistic? Traffic is unpredictable, and expecting it to always conform to your preferences is setting yourself up for frustration. By adjusting your expectations, accepting that delays and inconsiderate drivers are part of the experience, you can reduce the intensity of your anger in these situations. Seneca also encourages us to view the broader context of our lives when anger arises. He suggests that we should frequently remind ourselves of the impermanence of most annoyances. By adopting a wider perspective, we can see that many of the things that anger us are temporary and insignificant in the grand scheme of life. This practice helps diminish the intensity of our emotional responses. For example, if you're angered by a colleague's behavior at work, stepping back to consider your overall career satisfaction and long-term goals might help you realize that this particular incident is minor and not worth losing your peace of mind over. Empathy and forgiveness. Another key principle from Seneca is the idea of cultivating a mindset of forgiveness and understanding. He encourages us to consider the imperfections and limitations of others, recognizing that everyone is prone to mistakes. By developing empathy and understanding, we can reduce the likelihood of taking offenses personally and reacting with anger. Seneca also suggests that we should remind ourselves of our own faults and the times we have wronged others, which can help us be more forgiving and less quick to anger. For example, imagine a colleague who consistently misses deadlines, causing frustration and anger within the team. Instead of immediately reacting with anger, Seneca would advise us to consider the possible reasons behind this behavior. Perhaps the colleague is struggling with personal issues, facing challenges outside of work, or simply lacks the necessary skills or support to meet the deadlines. By approaching the situation with empathy and a willingness to understand, we can address the issue more constructively, offering help or seeking solutions that benefit everyone involved. Empathy extends beyond understanding others. It also involves recognizing our own humanity. Seneca teaches that we should be as forgiving of others' faults as we are of our own. When we hold others to unrealistic standards or expect them to be perfect, we set ourselves up for disappointment and anger. However, by acknowledging that everyone, including ourselves, is flawed and capable of making mistakes, we can cultivate a more patient and compassionate attitude, reducing the triggers for anger. The role of perspective. Seneca also emphasizes the importance of perspective in managing anger. He advises us to consider the bigger picture and the long-term consequences of our actions. In the heat of the moment, it is easy to forget that the things that anger us are often trivial and temporary. By reminding ourselves that most of the issues that trigger our anger will soon pass and that our relationships and peace of mind are far more valuable, we can diminish the intensity of our anger and respond more calmly. To illustrate this, consider a scenario where you're involved in a heated argument with a loved one over something relatively minor, like chores or plans for the weekend. In the moment, it might feel like the most important issue in the world, and your anger may drive you to say hurtful things. However, if you step back and consider the long-term consequences, how this argument might affect your relationship, the lingering feelings it could leave, you might realize that it's not worth letting your anger take over. By keeping the bigger picture in mind, you can choose to de-escalate the situation and address the issue calmly and respectfully. Perspective also involves recognizing the fleeting nature of life. Seneca often reflected on the shortness of life and how much time we waste on trivial matters. By contemplating our mortality and the limited time we have, we can reframe our anger as a distraction from what truly matters. When we remember that life is short, we may find it easier to let go of anger and focus on living peacefully and purposefully. Self-discipline and daily practices. Another powerful technique that Seneca advocates is the practice of self-discipline. He teaches that by regularly exercising restraint and control over our impulses, we can strengthen our ability to manage anger. This involves making a conscious effort to remain calm in challenging situations, even when we feel justified in our anger. Over time, as we practice this discipline, we become better at keeping our emotions in check and responding with reason rather than rage. Self-discipline can be cultivated through various methods, such as mindfulness meditation, journaling, or engaging in physical exercise. Each of these practices helps to increase our awareness of our emotions and develop the capacity to pause before reacting. For instance, mindfulness meditation encourages us to observe our thoughts and feelings without judgment, allowing us to recognize the early signs of anger and choose a more measured response. Similarly, journaling provides an outlet for processing emotions and reflecting on how we handle challenging situations, offering insights that can help us improve. Consider incorporating a daily routine that includes mindfulness or meditation practices, specifically focused on managing anger. For example, a simple breathing exercise can be done whenever you feel anger rising. Take deep breaths, focusing on the sensation of air entering and leaving your body. This practice not only calms your nervous system, but also creates a momentary gap between stimulus and response, giving you time to choose a rational reaction. Another aspect of self-discipline involves setting personal boundaries. Anger often arises when we feel that our boundaries have been violated or when we take on more than we can handle. By clearly defining and communicating our limits, whether in personal relationships, at work, or in other areas of life, we can reduce the situations that lead to anger. For example, if you find yourself getting angry because you're constantly overcommitted, it may be time to reassess your obligations and learn to say no when necessary. This act of setting boundaries is not only a form of self-care, but also a way to preserve your emotional equilibrium. Physical exercise is another effective tool for managing anger. Regular exercise helps reduce stress, improve mood, and increase overall emotional resilience. When you engage in physical activity, your body releases endorphins, which can counteract the negative effects of stress and anger. Consider integrating regular exercise into your routine, whether it's running, yoga, or even a daily walk. Not only does this help manage anger, but it also improves your overall health and well-being. Premeditatio malorum, preparing for challenges. Seneca also offers a practical technique for managing anger, the practice of premeditatio malorum, or the premeditation of evils. This involves imagining potential challenges and provocations we might face in the future and mentally rehearsing how we will respond to them. By preparing ourselves in this way, we can reduce the likelihood of being caught off guard by anger and increase our chances of responding calmly and rationally. For instance, if you know that you're going to have a difficult conversation with someone who often provokes you, take some time beforehand to anticipate what might be said and how it could make you feel. Visualize yourself responding calmly, staying focused on the facts and not letting your emotions take over. This mental rehearsal strengthens your ability to stay composed when the actual situation arises. Premeditatio malorum can be extended to everyday life scenarios. For example, if you're aware that certain situations, like dealing with a difficult client or managing family conflicts, regularly trigger your anger, you can mentally rehearse how you would handle these situations. By doing so, you train your mind to stay calm and composed, even in the face of potential provocation. This practice can be especially useful in high-stress environments where tensions can escalate quickly. The goal is not to dwell on negative possibilities, but to prepare yourself mentally and emotionally so that if those challenges do arise, you are ready to respond with wisdom and self-control. Turning anger into positive action, Seneca also teaches that the energy of anger, rather than being suppressed, can be transformed into positive action. This Stoic approach suggests that instead of allowing anger to lead us into destructive behaviors, we can channel it into something constructive, such as determination, courage, or the pursuit of justice. By redirecting the force of anger into productive activities, we can turn a potentially negative emotion into a source of strength and motivation. For example, consider someone who is angered by social injustice. Rather than letting that anger fester and turn into bitterness, they could use it as fuel to advocate for change, volunteer for a cause, or educate others. This kind of constructive action not only helps address the root of the anger, but also brings about positive outcomes that can benefit others. Another example might be in the workplace. If a project goes awry and you find yourself frustrated with a colleague's performance instead of reacting in anger, you might use that energy to offer constructive feedback, help find solutions, or work on improving team dynamics. By focusing on what can be done to improve the situation rather than on what went wrong, you turn anger into a catalyst for positive change. The role of self-reflection in managing anger. A critical aspect of managing anger, according to Seneca, is the practice of self-reflection. Seneca encourages us to take time each day to review our actions and thoughts, especially in situations where we felt anger rising. By reflecting on these moments, we can learn from them and develop strategies for handling similar situations more effectively in the future. This practice of daily reflection not only helps us understand the root causes of our anger, but also reinforces our commitment to managing it constructively. Journaling can be an effective tool for this reflection. At the end of each day, take a few minutes to write down any situations that triggered anger, how you responded, and what the outcome was. Reflect on whether your response aligned with your values and how you might handle a similar situation differently in the future. This process helps you to identify patterns in your behavior and to make conscious efforts to change. For instance, you might notice that your anger often flares up in meetings when your ideas are dismissed. Through reflection, you could recognize that this anger stems from a deeper need for validation or respect. Armed with this understanding, you might work on building your self-esteem independently of others' opinions or practice assertive communication to ensure your ideas are heard without letting anger dominate your response. Mindfulness and Stoic meditation. Mindfulness, though not a term used by the Stoics, closely aligns with Stoic practices of being present and aware of one's thoughts and emotions. By being fully present in the moment, you can reduce anxiety and enhance your appreciation for life's simple pleasures. Integrating mindfulness into your day can help you manage anger by increasing your awareness of the emotional and physiological signs that anger is building. With this awareness, you can intervene before the anger escalates. A Stoic meditation that can complement mindfulness practices is reflecting on the day's events each evening. Marcus Aurelius, another prominent Stoic, often wrote in his meditations about the importance of reviewing the day's actions, thoughts, and feelings. This reflection allows you to consider whether you acted in accordance with your principles, including how you managed anger. By regularly engaging in this practice, you train your mind to be more aware and intentional, reducing the likelihood of anger taking control. The power of gratitude. Gratitude is another Stoic practice that can help manage anger. By focusing on what you are thankful for, you shift your mindset from scarcity to abundance, reducing the space for anger to grow. Gratitude helps you focus on the positive aspects of your life, which can put potential triggers for anger into perspective. When you cultivate a habit of gratitude, you become more resilient to the minor frustrations and disappointments that might otherwise provoke anger. Consider starting a gratitude journal where you write down 3 things you're grateful for each day. These can be small things like a beautiful sunset, a kind gesture from a friend, or a personal achievement. Over time, this practice can help rewire your brain to focus more on the positive, making you less susceptible to anger when things don't go as planned. For instance, if you find yourself getting angry because a project was delayed, instead of focusing on the delay, you might reflect on the aspects of the project that went well or on the opportunity it provides to learn and grow. By shifting your focus, you reduce the emotional intensity of the situation, making it easier to respond calmly and constructively. Building a support system. Another important aspect of managing anger is building and maintaining a supportive network of people who encourage your growth and respect your boundaries. Surrounding yourself with individuals who understand and share your commitment to self-improvement can provide valuable support during challenging times. These relationships can serve as a source of strength, helping you manage your emotions more effectively. For example, having a trusted friend or mentor to talk to when you feel angry can help you process your emotions before they escalate. This person can provide a different perspective, helping you see the situation more clearly and reminding you of the strategies you've learned to manage your anger. Moreover, being part of a community that values Stoic principles can reinforce your commitment to living according to these teachings. On the other hand, it's also important to set boundaries with individuals who may contribute to your anger. If certain relationships consistently trigger negative emotions, consider how you might distance yourself from these situations or approach them differently. This doesn't mean cutting people out of your life entirely, but rather managing your interactions in a way that protects your emotional well-being. Continuous learning and personal growth. Engaging in continuous learning and personal growth is another way to manage anger effectively. Stoicism teaches that the pursuit of wisdom is a lifelong journey. By continually seeking to improve your understanding of yourself and the world around you, you equip yourself with the tools needed to handle life's challenges, including anger. This might involve reading philosophical texts, attending workshops, or simply setting aside time each day for self-improvement. By committing to this ongoing process, you develop a deeper understanding of your triggers, your values, and the strategies that work best for you in managing anger. For example, you might study different Stoic techniques for emotional regulation, such as cognitive distancing, which involves viewing your thoughts and emotions as separate from your core self. This technique can help you step back from your anger, observe it without judgment, and choose a more rational response. As you learn and grow, you become better equipped to handle the challenges that life throws your way, including those that provoke anger. Living with intention. Finally, living with intention is a vital aspect of managing anger. It involves aligning your actions with your values and goals, making conscious choices that reflect your priorities. When you live intentionally, you are less likely to be thrown off course by anger because you are grounded in a clear sense of purpose. This might involve setting personal goals that align with your core values, such as improving your relationships, advancing in your career, or focusing on your physical and mental health. By keeping these goals in mind, you can navigate challenging situations with a greater sense of clarity and control. For instance, if one of your goals is to build stronger relationships, you might remind yourself of this when you feel anger rising in a conflict. Instead of letting the anger dictate your response, you could choose to approach the situation in a way that fosters understanding and connection, in line with your goal of improving the relationship. Incorporating these strategies into your life can profoundly impact your overall well-being and fulfillment. By embracing Stoic principles, you prioritize self-awareness, emotional regulation, and intentional living, which together form a powerful defense against the destructive force of anger. The most powerful insight from Seneca on managing anger is the realization that anger is a choice. While we may not be able to control the actions of others or the events that trigger our anger, we can always choose how we respond. This central Stoic principle places the responsibility for our emotional well-being squarely in our own hands, empowering us to shape our reactions in a way that aligns with our values and long-term goals. Seneca teaches that anger, when indulged, is like a fire that grows stronger the more it is fed. Just as a fire consumes everything in its path, anger, if left unchecked, can consume our peace of mind, our relationships, and even our health. The key to managing anger, according to Seneca, is to starve it by refusing to give it the attention and energy it demands. When we feel the first stirrings of anger, we can choose to redirect our thoughts, focus on our breathing, or engage in a calming activity. By doing so, we interrupt the cycle of anger before it has a chance to take hold and spread. The analogy of anger as temporary madness. One of Seneca's most famous teachings on anger is his analogy of anger as a temporary madness. He compares an angry person to someone who has lost their mind, acting irrationally and destructively. This comparison is more than just a rhetorical flourish. It serves as a stark reminder of the dangers of letting anger control us. Seneca believed that when we are in the grip of anger, we lose our ability to reason and to act in our best interests. This loss of rationality is what makes anger so dangerous. It leads us to make decisions and take actions that we might deeply regret once the anger subsides. To illustrate this, imagine a situation where you are caught in a heated argument with a close friend. In the heat of the moment, you might say things that are hurtful or damaging, not because you truly believe them, but because your anger is driving you to lash out. Once the anger has passed, you may realize that the things you said were not only unnecessary, but also harmful to the relationship. Seneca's analogy reminds us that acting in anger often leads to outcomes that are contrary to our true desires and values. Recognizing this, Seneca encourages us to view anger as a form of weakness, a failure to maintain our rationality and self-control. By framing anger in this way, we can become more motivated to manage it and avoid its destructive consequences. Rather than seeing anger as the natural or justified response, Seneca asks us to see it as a lapse in our judgment, something to be corrected and prevented whenever possible. The practice of premeditatio malorum. Another key technique that Seneca advocates for managing anger is the practice of premeditatio malorum, or the premeditation of evils. This involves mentally rehearsing the challenges and provocations we might face in the future and imagining how we will respond to them. By preparing ourselves in this way, we can reduce the likelihood of being caught off guard by anger and increase our chances of responding calmly and rationally. For example, if you know that you have a difficult conversation coming up with a colleague who often provokes you, you might spend some time beforehand thinking about how the conversation could unfold. You might imagine the colleague saying something that would normally trigger your anger, and then visualize yourself responding with calmness and composure. This mental rehearsal helps to condition your mind to respond in a way that aligns with your values, rather than letting anger take control. This practice can be applied to a wide range of situations. For instance, if you find that you often get angry when dealing with a specific family member who pushes your buttons, you could use premeditatio malorum to prepare yourself for the next encounter. By anticipating the potential provocations and mentally rehearsing your calm responses, you train your mind to stay composed, even when faced with challenging situations. Seneca believed that this technique was not just about managing anger in the moment, but about cultivating a mindset of resilience and preparedness. By regularly practicing premeditatio malorum, you build a mental habit of staying calm under pressure, which can help you handle not just anger, but other challenging emotions as well. Transforming anger into determination. Seneca's teachings also emphasize the idea of transforming anger into a more constructive emotion, such as determination or resolve. Rather than suppressing or denying anger, Seneca suggests that we can harness its energy and channel it into positive action. This approach allows us to address the issues that trigger our anger without being consumed by them. For example, if you are angered by an injustice such as discrimination or unfair treatment, you can choose to transform that anger into a resolve to advocate for change. Instead of letting the anger lead you into destructive behavior, you can use it as motivation to take constructive action, whether that means speaking out, organizing others, or working towards a solution. This transformation of anger into positive action is a powerful way to ensure that your emotional energy is used in a way that aligns with your values and contributes to the greater good. Seneca's approach to anger is not about becoming passive or indifferent to wrongs, but about choosing how we engage with the world. By channeling anger into determination, we can remain active and engaged without letting our emotions control us. This approach also helps us avoid the burnout that can come from unchecked anger. When anger is transformed into determination, it becomes a sustainable source of energy that can drive long-term efforts for change and improvement. Real-life application, the power of choice. The power of choice in managing anger is not just a philosophical idea, it has practical implications for our everyday lives. By recognizing that we have the power to choose how we respond to anger, we can begin to take control of our emotions and our actions. Imagine a scenario where you are dealing with a difficult customer at work. The customer is being unreasonable and you feel your anger rising. In that moment, you have a choice. You can allow the anger to dictate your response, leading to a confrontation that could escalate the situation, or you can choose to remain calm. Listen to the customer's concerns and respond in a way that diffuses the tension. By choosing the latter, you not only avoid the negative consequences of an angry outburst, but also potentially turn a difficult situation into a positive one. This power of choice extends to every area of life. Whether you are dealing with frustrations at work, conflicts in your personal relationships, or even the everyday annoyances of life, Seneca's teachings remind us that we always have the power to choose how we respond. By making conscious choices that align with our values, we can manage our anger effectively and lead more peaceful, fulfilling lives. Seneca's vision of emotional mastery. Ultimately, Seneca's vision of managing anger is about achieving a state of emotional mastery. This doesn't mean suppressing our emotions or pretending that we don't feel anger, but rather learning to control our responses so that we are not controlled by our emotions. Seneca believed that true freedom comes from mastering our inner world, our thoughts, emotions, and reactions. By achieving this mastery, we become less vulnerable to the external events that might provoke anger and more capable of living in accordance with our highest principles. Emotional mastery, according to Seneca, is not a destination but a continuous practice. It requires ongoing self-reflection, discipline, and the application of Stoic principles in daily life. But the rewards are profound. By mastering our emotions, we gain a sense of inner peace and resilience that allows us to navigate life's challenges with grace and wisdom. As we conclude this exploration of Seneca's insights into managing anger, it's important to remember that these teachings are not just abstract ideas. They are practical tools that can be applied in our everyday lives. Whether you are dealing with major life challenges or simply trying to handle the frustrations of daily life, Seneca's wisdom offers a path to greater emotional control and a more peaceful, fulfilling existence. By embracing the power of choice, practicing premeditatio malorum, and transforming anger into determination, we can take control of our emotions and live in a way that reflects our highest values. This is the essence of Seneca's teaching, the realization that while we cannot control what happens to us, we can always control how we respond. And in that response lies our true power and freedom. To illustrate the effectiveness of Seneca's strategies, let's first revisit the story of a well-known figure who struggled with anger, tennis legend John McEnroe. McEnroe's career was marked not only by his incredible talent but also by his notorious temper on the court. Known for his fiery outbursts, McEnroe's anger often overshadowed his skill, leading to penalties, fines, and a reputation as the bad boy of tennis. His emotional reactions were so intense that they became a defining feature of his public persona, sometimes eclipsing his achievements as an athlete. During the peak of his career, McEnroe's anger seemed unstoppable. He would argue with umpires, throw his racket, and shout at the audience, often letting his temper disrupt his focus. Despite his success, these outbursts had significant consequences. Not only did they affect his performance by causing him to lose focus during matches, but they also strained his relationships with coaches, fellow players, and fans. His anger became a double-edged sword, fueling his competitive drive on one hand but alienating those around him on the other. It wasn't until later in his life that McEnroe began to recognize the toll his anger was taking on him, both personally and professionally. As he matured, he sought to understand and control his temper, turning to practices such as meditation and self-reflection, methods that align closely with Stoic principles. And McEnroe realized that his anger was not just a reaction to external events, but a reflection of his inner state. By learning to control his temper and respond more calmly under pressure, he was able to extend his career, improve his relationships, and find greater peace of mind. McEnroe's journey is a powerful example of how even those who seem to be consumed by anger can learn to manage it effectively. His story shows that with dedication and the right strategies, it's possible to transform a volatile temperament into one of calmness and control. This transformation didn't happen overnight, but through continuous effort and a commitment to change, McEnroe was able to reshape his relationship with anger, turning it from a destructive force into one that could be harnessed constructively. Now, let's shift to a story that might hit closer to home, a story about someone who could easily be any one of us. Meet Sarah, a successful marketing executive who often found herself overwhelmed by the pressures of her job. Sarah was known for her quick temper. She would often snap at her colleagues when things didn't go as planned, leading to a tense and uncomfortable work environment. Her anger wasn't just affecting her professional life, it was spilling over into her personal life as well, causing friction with her family and friends. Sarah's temper had become a defining feature of her personality, and it was beginning to take a toll on her health, as she frequently experienced headaches, high blood pressure, and insomnia. Sarah's journey with anger began in her early career, where she quickly rose through the ranks due to her hard work and dedication. However, with success came increased responsibilities and higher stakes. Sarah began to feel the weight of constant deadlines, the pressure to perform, and the challenge of managing a team. As these pressures mounted, she found herself increasingly irritable and quick to anger. Small setbacks or mistakes by her team would set her off, leading to explosive reactions that left everyone on edge. One day, after a particularly heated argument with a co-worker over a missed deadline, Sarah decided she needed to make a change. The argument had been over something relatively minor, but her reaction had been anything but. She realized that her temper was not only hurting her relationships at work, but also eroding her credibility as a leader. After the argument, Sarah couldn't shake the feeling of regret and the realization that her anger was controlling her, rather than the other way around. It was then that Sarah came across Seneca's writings on anger. She was struck by Seneca's insight that anger is like a temporary madness, a force that takes over our rational mind and drives us to act against our better judgment. This description resonated deeply with Sarah, who recognized that in her moments of anger, she often felt as if she were out of control, saying and doing things she would later regret. Determined to regain control over her emotions, Sarah began to apply Seneca's teachings to her daily life. She started with the practice of self-reflection, dedicating a few minutes each evening to review her day. During this time, she would reflect on moments when she felt anger rising and analyze what had triggered those emotions. Was it a missed deadline, a critical email, or perhaps a perceived slight from a colleague? By identifying these triggers, Sarah began to understand that much of her frustration stemmed from her perfectionism and unrealistic expectations of herself and others. Through this process of self-reflection, Sarah also started to notice the physical signs of anger, her quickened heartbeat, tense muscles, and shallow breathing. By becoming more aware of these early warning signs, she was able to intervene before her anger escalated. For instance, when she felt her temper rising during a meeting, she would take a deep breath, count to 10, and remind herself of Seneca's advice to pause and reflect before reacting. This simple technique helped her to maintain her composure and respond in a way that was calm and measured, rather than reactive. Sarah also embraced the practice of premeditatio malorum, mentally preparing herself for potential stressors at work. Each morning she would spend a few minutes imagining the challenges she might face that day, a difficult client, a tight deadline, or a tense team meeting, and rehearsing how she would respond calmly and constructively. By doing this, she found that she was less likely to be caught off guard by anger and more able to handle stressful situations with grace and poise. As Sarah continued to apply Seneca's strategies, she found that her anger became less frequent and less intense. She was able to maintain her composure in situations that would have previously set her off, and her relationships with her colleagues began to improve. Her team, once wary of her temper, started to see her as a more approachable and supportive leader. Sarah's health also benefited from her newfound emotional balance. She slept better, felt less stressed, and even noticed a decrease in her headaches and blood pressure. In addition to her professional life, Sarah's personal relationships also improved. Where she had once been quick to snap at her family over small annoyances, she now found herself more patient and understanding. She began to approach conflicts at home with the same calmness and reflection that she practiced at work, leading to more harmonious interactions with her loved ones. Over time, Sarah realized that the changes she was making were not just about managing anger, they were about transforming her entire approach to life. One evening, after a particularly challenging day at work, Sarah reflected on how far she had come. A year earlier, a day like this would have left her stressed, angry, and exhausted, but now she felt a sense of calm and accomplishment. She had faced the day's challenges without losing her temper, and instead of feeling drained, she felt proud of how she had handled herself. For Sarah, this was a turning point, a realization that she had the power to control her anger and, by doing so, improve every aspect of her life. Sarah's journey is a testament to the power of Stoic principles in managing anger. By following Seneca's guidance, she was able to transform her relationship with anger, leading to a more peaceful, productive, and fulfilling life. Her story shows that no matter how ingrained our habits may be, with dedication and the right tools, we can change. We can learn to manage our emotions, to respond to life's challenges with calmness and wisdom, and to live in a way that reflects our highest values. For those watching, consider Sarah's story and think about how it might apply to your own life. Do you find yourself getting angry at work, at home, or in other areas of your life? What are the triggers that set off your temper? And how might you start to address them? Remember, as Sarah's experience shows, change is possible. By embracing the wisdom of Seneca and the principles of Stoicism, you too can learn to manage your anger and create a life that is more peaceful, balanced, and fulfilling. Whether you relate more to McEnroe's public struggles or Sarah's quieter, personal journey, the message is the same. Anger does not have to control you. With the right mindset and strategies, you can take control of your emotions and transform your relationship with anger, leading to better relationships, improved well-being, and a more intentional life. In this video, we've taken a deep dive into the wisdom of Seneca and the Stoic approach to managing anger, one of the most powerful and potentially destructive emotions we experience. Anger is a natural human reaction, often sparked by feelings of injustice, frustration, or perceived threats. Yet, as Seneca so eloquently teaches us, while the emotion itself may be inevitable, our response to it is always within our control. It is this realization that marks the beginning of true emotional mastery. We started by exploring the fundamental Stoic insight that it's not the external events themselves that disturb us, but our interpretations of those events. This perspective shift is crucial because it empowers us to take responsibility for our reactions rather than feeling at the mercy of external circumstances. When we understand that our anger is rooted in our judgments, our expectations of how others should behave, or how situations should unfold, we can begin to see that these judgments are often unrealistic or misaligned with reality. By adjusting our expectations and focusing on what we can control, we set the stage for a more balanced and composed response to life's inevitable challenges. Throughout the video, we delved into Seneca's practical strategies for managing anger. We discussed the importance of recognizing our triggers and the role of self-reflection in understanding the deeper causes of our anger. Seneca teaches us to pause before reacting, to take that crucial moment to breathe, reflect, and choose our response deliberately. This simple yet powerful practice can prevent anger from escalating and allow us to handle situations with greater wisdom and poise. We also explored the Stoic practice of premeditatio malorum, or the premeditation of evils, as a way to prepare ourselves mentally and emotionally for potential challenges. By anticipating possible provocations and rehearsing our responses, we build resilience and increase our ability to stay calm under pressure. This mental preparation is not about expecting the worst, but about being ready for whatever comes our way so that we can face it with composure and clarity. One of the most profound lessons we examined is the idea that anger is a choice. Seneca reminds us that while we may not have control over the actions of others or the events that trigger our anger, we always have control over how we respond. This insight is incredibly liberating because it shifts the power back to us. We are not victims of our emotions. Rather, we are the architects of our responses. By choosing to respond with calmness and rationality, we maintain our dignity, preserve our relationships, and act in accordance with our highest values. We also looked at the concept of transforming anger into a constructive force. Instead of letting anger consume us and lead to destructive outcomes, Seneca encourages us to channel it into determination, resolve, and positive action. Whether it's advocating for justice, improving a situation, or simply standing up for what is right, this transformation of anger into a force for good is one of the most powerful ways to ensure that our emotions serve us rather than hinder us. The personal stories we discussed, from John McEnroe's journey to control his temper, to Sarah's transformation in managing her workplace stress, serve as powerful reminders that the principles of Stoicism are not just abstract philosophical ideas. They are practical tools that can be applied in everyday life, regardless of the circumstances. McEnroe's public struggle with anger and eventual embrace of self-reflection and mindfulness shows that even the most intense emotions can be tamed with the right approach. Meanwhile, Sarah's story demonstrates how the application of Stoic techniques such as self-reflection and premeditatio malorum can lead to profound personal growth and improved relationships. Both stories highlight that change is possible. No matter how ingrained our habits may be, with dedication and the right tools, we can learn to manage our emotions more effectively. By following Seneca's guidance, we can transform our relationship with anger, leading to a more peaceful, productive, and fulfilling life. As we conclude this exploration into Seneca's teachings on managing anger, it's important to recognize that the journey towards emotional mastery is ongoing. It's not about achieving a state of perfect calmness at all times. That's unrealistic. Instead, it's about cultivating the awareness, discipline, and wisdom to navigate our emotions more skillfully, to respond to challenges with grace, and to live in alignment with our values. The Stoic approach to anger management is rooted in the understanding that our greatest power lies within our ability to choose our responses. This is where true freedom resides. Not in controlling the external world, which is often beyond our reach, but in mastering our internal world. By developing the ability to pause, reflect, and choose our actions deliberately, we become the true masters of our fate. For those who have been following along, consider the lessons from this video and how they might apply to your own life. Reflect on the situations that typically trigger your anger. What are the underlying judgments or expectations that contribute to your emotional reactions? How might you begin to shift these perspectives? Think about the practical strategies we've discussed: self-reflection, premeditatio malorum, transforming anger into determination, and consider how you can incorporate them into your daily routine. Remember, the path to mastering anger is not about suppression or denial. It's about understanding, managing, and channeling this powerful emotion in ways that align with your true self. It's about making choices that reflect your deepest values and aspirations, rather than being driven by momentary impulses. By embracing these Stoic principles, you're not just learning to manage anger, you're cultivating a life of greater peace, resilience, and purpose. You're building the capacity to navigate life's challenges with a steady hand and a calm heart, ensuring that your actions are guided by wisdom rather than by emotional reactivity. Thank you for joining us on this journey through the teachings of Seneca. Whether you're dealing with anger in your personal relationships, at work, or in other areas of your life, I hope you found these insights helpful and that they inspire you to take control of your emotions and live more intentionally. The principles we've discussed today are not just tools for managing anger, they're keys to living a more fulfilled, balanced, and meaningful life. Now, I want to hear from you. Have you struggled with managing anger? Which of Seneca's strategies resonates most with you? Share your thoughts and experiences in the comments below, and if you found this video helpful, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe to the channel. By subscribing, you join a community of like-minded individuals committed to living a more intentional and stoic life. Turn on notifications so you never miss an update. See you in the next video.
What if you could transform your anger into a tool for personal growth? Stay tuned as we dive into the ancient wisdom of Seneca, offering you practical steps to master your emotions and lead a more balanced life. Welcome back to the channel, everyone. Today we're exploring one of the most powerful and timeless challenges that many of us face daily: anger management. Anger is a natural emotion, but when left unchecked, it can wreak havoc on our lives and relationships. Fortunately, the teachings of Seneca, a renowned Stoic philosopher, offer us profound insights into mastering anger and using it as a force for personal development. By the end of this video, you'll have practical tools rooted in Stoic philosophy to help you manage anger effectively and lead a more fulfilling life. Chapter 1. Presentation of Problem Challenge. Anger is a universal emotion, deeply embedded in the human experience. It is one of the most powerful and potentially destructive emotions we encounter, yet it is also one of the most misunderstood. In today's fast-paced and often stressful world, anger can arise from a myriad of sources: traffic jams, disagreements at work, conflicts in personal relationships, or even a frustrating experience with technology. These everyday annoyances can trigger a surge of anger, sometimes seemingly out of nowhere, leaving us feeling overwhelmed and out of control. The challenge with anger lies not just in its intensity, but in its tendency to be both immediate and enduring. When anger strikes, it can be like a flash of lightning, sudden, intense, and potentially devastating. We might lash out at someone we care about, say things we don't mean, or make decisions we later regret. These impulsive reactions can cause long-lasting damage to our relationships, careers, and overall well-being. But anger can also be a slow burn, simmering beneath the surface over days, weeks, or even years. This type of chronic anger can lead to a constant state of irritation, frustration, and dissatisfaction, affecting our mental and physical health. One of the major problems with anger is its impact on our judgment. When we are angry, our ability to think clearly and make rational decisions is significantly impaired. This is because anger triggers the body's fight or flight response, flooding our system with adrenaline and other stress hormones. These physiological changes prepare us to respond to threats, but they also narrow our focus, making it difficult to see the bigger picture or consider alternative perspectives. As a result, we might jump to conclusions, make hasty decisions, or react in ways that are out of proportion to the situation at hand. Moreover, anger often has a contagious effect. When one person in a group or relationship becomes angry, it can quickly spread to others, creating a cycle of conflict and hostility. This is especially true in situations where anger is met with anger, escalating the situation and making it more difficult to resolve. In this way, anger can create a toxic environment, whether it's in the workplace, at home, or even in broader social interactions. The consequences of unchecked anger are far-reaching. On a personal level, frequent anger can lead to a host of negative outcomes, including increased stress, anxiety, and depression. Physically, anger has been linked to a range of health problems, such as high blood pressure, heart disease, and a weakened immune system. The constant tension that comes with chronic anger can also lead to issues like insomnia, headaches, and digestive problems. Over time, these health issues can compound, leading to serious long-term consequences. In our relationships, anger can be particularly damaging. It can create rifts between partners, family members, friends, and colleagues, sometimes leading to the breakdown of these relationships entirely. When we allow anger to dictate our behavior, we may push people away, creating a sense of isolation and loneliness. This can be especially harmful in close relationships, where trust and communication are key. Anger can erode this trust, making it difficult to rebuild and repair the connection. In professional settings, the inability to manage anger can have serious repercussions. Anger in the workplace can lead to conflicts with colleagues, reduced productivity, and even job loss. It can create a hostile work environment where communication breaks down, collaboration suffers, and stress levels rise. For leaders and managers, uncontrolled anger can undermine their authority and effectiveness, leading to a loss of respect and support from their teams. Another significant challenge with anger is its tendency to mask other underlying emotions. Often, anger is a secondary emotion arising from feelings of fear, hurt, disappointment, or frustration. For example, we might feel angry when we are actually scared of losing something important to us, or when we feel hurt by someone's actions. However, because anger is such a powerful and immediate emotion, it can overshadow these underlying feelings, making it difficult to address the root cause of our distress. This can lead to a cycle where we continuously react with anger without ever resolving the deeper issues that are driving it. Seneca, the Stoic philosopher, recognized the dangers of anger and devoted much of his writings to the topic. He saw anger as a form of temporary madness, capable of overwhelming our reason and leading us to act in ways that are contrary to our true nature. According to Seneca, anger is not just a destructive force, it is also a sign of weakness, a failure to maintain control over our own minds. He believed that true strength lies in the ability to remain calm and composed even in the face of provocation. One of the most significant challenges in managing anger is recognizing when it is beginning to take hold. Anger often creeps up on us, starting as a small irritation or annoyance and gradually building until it becomes a full-blown rage. By the time we realize we are angry, it can feel as though it is too late to stop it. This is why self-awareness is so crucial in anger management. We need to be able to identify the early warning signs of anger, such as a tightening in the chest, a quickening of the breath, or a flood of negative thoughts, so that we can take steps to address it before it spirals out of control. Another challenge is the societal perception of anger. In many cultures, anger is often seen as a sign of strength or power. We might admire someone who is quick to defend themselves or stand up for their rights, mistaking their anger for courage or assertiveness. However, this perception can be misleading. While it is important to stand up for ourselves, doing so in a way that is fueled by anger can often lead to unnecessary conflict and harm. True strength, as Seneca would argue, lies in the ability to control our anger and respond with reason and wisdom. Furthermore, anger can sometimes be justified, which adds another layer of complexity to managing it. For instance, when we witness an injustice or are treated unfairly, it is natural to feel angry. In these cases, anger can serve as a signal that something is wrong and needs to be addressed. However, even justified anger needs to be managed carefully. If we allow it to control us, we may end up responding in ways that are counterproductive or harmful. The challenge then is to find ways to channel our anger into constructive action, rather than letting it lead us into destructive behavior. Seneca offers a valuable perspective on this issue. He acknowledges that there are situations where anger may seem justified, but he cautions against letting it take over. Instead, he advocates for a reasoned and measured response, one that addresses the issue at hand without being driven by anger. This approach allows us to assert our rights and stand up for what is just, without sacrificing our peace of mind or harming our relationships. In conclusion, anger is a complex and multifaceted emotion that poses significant challenges in our lives. It can arise from a wide range of triggers and can manifest in both immediate and long-lasting ways. When left unchecked, anger can cloud our judgment, damage our relationships, and take a serious toll on our health. However, with the right strategies and mindset, we can learn to manage our anger and use it as a force for personal growth. Seneca's teachings provide a powerful framework for understanding and mastering this challenging emotion, offering us the tools we need to navigate the complexities of anger and lead more balanced, fulfilling lives. Seneca's approach to anger management is intricately tied to the broader principles of Stoicism, a philosophy that emphasizes the importance of self-control, rational thinking, and living in harmony with nature. To effectively manage anger, it is essential to delve deeper into these Stoic concepts, understanding how they can be applied to transform our emotional responses and lead to a more serene life. This chapter will explore these principles in greater depth, offering practical insights into how we can navigate anger and turn it into a force for growth and resilience. Understanding the Stoic view of emotions. In Stoic philosophy, emotions are seen as judgments or evaluations that we make about the world around us. According to the Stoics, it is not the events themselves that disturb us, but our interpretation of them. This perspective is crucial in understanding anger, as it suggests that the power to control anger lies within us, specifically in how we choose to interpret and respond to external events. For instance, imagine that a colleague criticizes your work in a meeting. The event itself, receiving criticism, is neutral. However, your interpretation of that criticism could lead to different emotional responses. If you view the criticism as a personal attack, you may feel angry and defensive. However, if you see it as constructive feedback intended to help you improve, you might feel motivated to work harder or learn from the experience. The Stoics argue that by changing our interpretations, we can change our emotional responses, turning potential anger into an opportunity for growth. Seneca emphasizes that emotions like anger are the result of faulty reasoning. When we become angry, it is often because we believe that we have been wronged or that something unjust has occurred. However, these beliefs are based on subjective judgments that may not accurately reflect reality. By questioning our assumptions and examining the logic behind our emotional responses, we can begin to see anger for what it truly is, a product of our own minds, rather than an inevitable reaction to external events. Practicing premeditatio malorum, anticipating triggers. One of the key strategies Seneca advocates for managing anger is the practice of premeditatio malorum, or the premeditation of evils. This Stoic exercise involves mentally preparing ourselves for potential difficulties or provocations before they occur. By anticipating possible triggers, we can reduce their impact on us when they arise, allowing us to respond with greater calm and composure. To practice premeditatio malorum, begin by reflecting on situations that commonly provoke your anger. This could include specific interactions with certain people, stressful work environments, or everyday annoyances like traffic jams. Once you have identified these triggers, visualize yourself encountering them and imagine how you might feel. Then, mentally rehearse how you will respond in a calm and measured way, using rational thinking to guide your actions. For example, if you know that you are prone to becoming angry during tense meetings at work, you can mentally prepare yourself by imagining different scenarios that might arise. Perhaps a colleague might interrupt you or dismiss your ideas. Instead of reacting with anger, you can visualize yourself taking a deep breath, pausing to collect your thoughts and responding calmly and assertively. By preparing yourself in this way, you are less likely to be caught off guard by anger and more likely to maintain your composure. Premeditatio malorum is not about expecting the worst or becoming cynical. Rather, it is about preparing ourselves mentally and emotionally so that we are not surprised or overwhelmed when challenges arise. This practice can help us build resilience, making it easier to navigate difficult situations without succumbing to anger. Cultivating self-control, the foundation of Stoic virtue. Self-control, or enkratia, is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy and is particularly important in managing anger. Seneca believed that self-control is a virtue that can be developed through practice and discipline. By exercising self-control, we can govern our desires and impulses, preventing anger from taking hold and dictating our behavior. To cultivate self-control, Seneca suggests starting with small everyday situations where anger might arise. For instance, if someone cuts in front of you in line, resist the urge to react with irritation or impatience. Instead, remind yourself that this is a minor inconvenience and not worth the emotional energy that anger requires. By practicing self-control in these small moments, you build the mental muscle needed to manage your emotions in more challenging situations. Another practical way to develop self-control is through deliberate restraint. This could involve setting specific goals for how you will respond to potential triggers. For example, if you find that you often become angry when discussing politics or other contentious topics, you might set a goal to remain calm and composed during such conversations. Each time you succeed in maintaining self-control, you reinforce this positive behavior, making it easier to do so in the future. Self-control also involves managing our internal dialogue, the way we talk to ourselves about the situations we encounter. Often, anger is fueled by negative or irrational thoughts, such as "this always happens to me," or "they're doing this on purpose to upset me." By challenging these thoughts and replacing them with more rational and constructive ones, we can reduce the intensity of our anger and respond more thoughtfully. The role of self-awareness in anger management. Self-awareness is another crucial component of Stoic anger management. It involves being attuned to our own thoughts and emotions, as well as understanding the underlying causes of our anger. By examining our triggers and reactions, we can gain insight into why certain situations provoke us and how we can respond more effectively. Seneca encourages us to engage in regular self-reflection, asking ourselves questions like, why did this situation make me angry? And what can I do to avoid reacting in the same way in the future? This process of self-examination helps us identify patterns in our behavior and recognize the triggers that consistently lead to anger. Once we have this awareness, we can take proactive steps to address these triggers and change our responses. Journaling is a powerful tool for developing self-awareness. By keeping a journal of your daily experiences, thoughts, and emotions, you can track when and why you become angry. Over time, you may start to notice patterns or recurring themes, such as specific types of situations or interactions that consistently trigger your anger. By identifying these patterns, you can begin to develop strategies for managing your anger more effectively. For example, you might discover that you often become angry when you feel disrespected or ignored. With this awareness, you can work on developing healthier ways to assert your needs and communicate your feelings rather than allowing anger to build up and explode. Self-awareness also allows you to recognize when your anger is disproportionate to the situation, helping you to put things into perspective and respond more calmly. Rational analysis, challenging irrational beliefs. Another key aspect of Seneca's teachings on anger management is the practice of logismos, or rational analysis. This involves stepping back from our emotions and critically evaluating the situation from a logical perspective. When we feel anger rising, Seneca suggests that we pause and ask ourselves whether our anger is justified, whether it will help us achieve our goals, and whether there might be a more constructive way to respond. Rational analysis is about questioning the beliefs and assumptions that underlie our anger. Often, anger is fueled by irrational or exaggerated thoughts, such as, "This is the worst thing that could happen," or "I can't believe they would do this to me." By challenging these thoughts and considering alternative perspectives, we can reduce the intensity of our anger and approach the situation with greater clarity and wisdom. For example, if you become angry because a friend cancels plans at the last minute, you might initially feel that this is a personal slight or a sign that your friend doesn't value your time. However, by applying rational analysis, you might consider other explanations. Perhaps your friend had an emergency or is dealing with personal stress. By considering these possibilities, you can choose to respond with understanding and empathy rather than allowing anger to take over. Rational analysis also involves evaluating the consequences of our actions. Before reacting in anger, Seneca advises us to consider whether our response will improve the situation or make it worse. For instance, if you're angry with a colleague, snapping at them might provide temporary relief, but it could also damage your working relationship and create more stress in the long run. By thinking through the potential outcomes, you can choose a response that is more likely to lead to a positive resolution. The power of forgiveness, releasing the burden of anger. Forgiveness, or sugnome, is another powerful tool that Seneca offers for managing anger. In the Stoic sense, forgiveness is not about condoning harmful behavior, but about freeing ourselves from the burden of anger and resentment. Seneca argues that holding on to anger is like drinking poison and expecting the other person to suffer. By choosing to forgive, we release ourselves from the grip of anger and regain our inner peace. Forgiveness can be particularly challenging when we feel that our anger is justified or when we have been deeply hurt by someone's actions. However, Seneca reminds us that forgiveness is ultimately an act of self-care. It allows us to move past the pain and focus on what truly matters, our own well-being and the quality of our relationships. To practice forgiveness, start by acknowledging the anger and hurt that you feel. It's important not to suppress or deny these emotions, but to recognize them as a natural response to being wronged. Then consider the impact that holding on to this anger is having on your life. Is it making you unhappy? Is it affecting your relationships or your ability to enjoy life? By reflecting on these questions, you can begin to see the value of letting go of your anger. Next, try to put yourself in the other person's shoes. This doesn't mean excusing their behavior, but rather trying to understand their perspective. What might have led them to act the way they did? Are they struggling with their own challenges or insecurities? By cultivating empathy, you can soften your anger and create space for forgiveness. Finally, make a conscious decision to forgive. This doesn't mean that you need to reconcile with the person or forget what happened, but it does mean choosing not to let anger dictate your thoughts and actions. You might find it helpful to engage in a symbolic act of forgiveness, such as writing a letter to the person which you may or may not choose to send, or simply saying to yourself, "I choose to forgive and let go of this anger." Maintaining perspective, seeing the bigger picture. One of the most effective ways to manage anger is to maintain a sense of perspective. Perspective involves seeing the bigger picture and recognizing that our current difficulties are often temporary and insignificant in the grand scheme of things. When we broaden our perspective, we can put our challenges into context and avoid blowing them out of proportion. Seneca often advised his readers to consider how they would view their current problems from the perspective of their entire life, or even from the vantage point of their deathbed. This practice, known as prosoche, encourages us to step back and view our challenges with a sense of detachment. When we do this, we often realize that what seems so important or upsetting in the moment is actually quite trivial in the grand scheme of things. For example, if you are angry about a minor mistake that a colleague made, consider how significant this mistake will be in a week, a month, or a year. Will it have any lasting impact on your life or career? In most cases, the answer is no. By putting things into perspective, you can prevent anger from consuming you and focus on what truly matters. Another way to maintain perspective is to practice gratitude. When we are angry, it is easy to focus on what is wrong or what we lack. However, by consciously shifting our attention to the positive aspects of our lives, we can counterbalance our anger and cultivate a more positive outlook. Gratitude can be practiced in many ways, such as keeping a gratitude journal, where you write down things you are thankful for each day, or simply taking a moment each morning to reflect on the good things in your life. By regularly practicing gratitude, you can develop a habit of focusing on the positive, which can help you maintain perspective and manage anger more effectively. Using time as a cooling-off period. One of the simplest yet most effective strategies for managing anger is to use time as a cooling-off period. When we feel anger rising, it can be tempting to react immediately, especially if we feel provoked or wronged. However, Seneca advises us to take a step back and give ourselves time to calm down before responding. This cooling-off period can take many forms. It might involve taking a few deep breaths, going for a walk, or simply waiting a few minutes before saying or doing anything. By allowing ourselves time to cool off, we can prevent ourselves from reacting impulsively and saying or doing something we might later regret. Time can also give us the opportunity to gain perspective and consider the situation more rationally. When we take a break from the heat of the moment, we can think more clearly about what has happened and how we want to respond. This can help us choose a response that is thoughtful and constructive rather than driven by anger. For example, if you receive an upsetting email, rather than responding immediately, you might choose to step away from your computer, take a few deep breaths, and return to the email later with a clearer mind. This simple act of pausing can make a significant difference in how you handle the situation. The importance of practicing detachment. Detachment, or apatheia, is a central concept in Stoic philosophy and is particularly relevant to managing anger. In Stoicism, detachment refers to the ability to remain emotionally unaffected by external events, recognizing that many things in life are beyond our control. By practicing detachment, we can prevent ourselves from becoming overly attached to outcomes or letting our emotions dictate our actions. Seneca teaches that one of the keys to managing anger is to detach ourselves from the desire for things to be different than they are. Often anger arises when reality does not meet our expectations, when people don't behave the way we want them to, or when situations don't turn out as we had hoped. By accepting that life is unpredictable and that we cannot control everything, we can reduce the likelihood of becoming angry. To practice detachment, start by reminding yourself of the Stoic principle of amor fati, the love of fate. This means accepting whatever happens as part of the natural course of life, rather than resisting or resenting it. When you encounter a situation that might provoke anger, try to view it as an opportunity to practice acceptance and resilience, rather than something to fight against. Detachment also involves letting go of the need to be right or to win every argument. In many cases, anger is fueled by the desire to prove ourselves or to assert our dominance. However, by practicing detachment, we can let go of this need and focus instead on maintaining our inner peace. This doesn't mean that we become passive or indifferent, but rather that we prioritize our well-being over the need to always be right. Building resilience. The long-term benefits of anger management. Finally, it's important to recognize that managing anger is not just about dealing with individual episodes of anger, it's about building long-term resilience. By consistently applying the principles of Stoicism, we can develop a greater capacity to handle life's challenges without being overwhelmed by anger. Resilience involves the ability to bounce back from setbacks, adapt to change, and maintain a sense of balance even in difficult circumstances. It is the product of consistent practice and the gradual development of mental and emotional strength. As we become more resilient, we are better able to handle stress, navigate conflicts, and maintain our composure in the face of adversity. Seneca's teachings provide a roadmap for building resilience through anger management. By practicing self-control, cultivating self-awareness, engaging in rational analysis, embracing forgiveness, maintaining perspective, using time as a cooling-off period, and practicing detachment, we can develop the resilience needed to navigate life's challenges with grace and strength. In conclusion, the exploration and development of Seneca's teachings on anger management offer a comprehensive approach to transforming our relationship with this powerful emotion. By applying these principles in our daily lives, we can not only manage anger more effectively, but also build the resilience needed to lead a more peaceful, balanced, and fulfilling life. The realization that anger is a choice is not just the key moment in mastering anger management, it is a transformative insight that can radically alter our approach to life. This understanding is central to Stoic philosophy and serves as the cornerstone of Seneca's teachings on anger. By deeply internalizing the idea that we have control over how we respond to provocations, we empower ourselves to navigate life with a level of calm and reason that previously seemed out of reach. In this chapter, we will delve into the profound implications of this realization and explore the practical strategies that can help us consistently make the choice not to be ruled by anger. The power of choice in anger management. At its core, the realization that anger is a choice is about reclaiming our autonomy. Often, when we feel angry, it seems as though the emotion is thrust upon us by external circumstances, as if we have no control over our reaction. However, Stoic philosophy teaches that while we may not have control over the events that trigger our anger, we always have control over how we interpret and respond to those events. This distinction is crucial because it shifts the locus of control from the external world to our internal state, where we can exercise reason and choice. Seneca believed that emotions like anger arise from our judgments about the world. When something happens that we perceive as unjust, disrespectful, or frustrating, we judge that event as bad or harmful, which in turn generates the emotion of anger. But what if we could change our judgment? What if we could reinterpret the event in a way that does not provoke anger? This is where the power of choice comes into play. For example, imagine you're stuck in traffic, running late for an important meeting. The initial response might be one of frustration and anger at the other drivers, at the situation, or even at yourself for not leaving earlier. However, if you pause and reconsider the situation, you might realize that getting angry will not get you to your destination any faster. You might choose to accept the situation as it is, perhaps using the extra time to listen to an audiobook or practice deep breathing. In this way, you are choosing not to let the external situation dictate your internal state. This approach to anger management is not about suppressing or denying our emotions, but about recognizing that we have a choice in how we respond. It is about developing the awareness and discipline to pause, reflect, and choose a response that aligns with our values and long-term goals. Over time, this practice can lead to a profound shift in how we experience and manage anger, enabling us to navigate life's challenges with greater equanimity and clarity. The role of mindfulness in making the choice. One of the most powerful tools for making the choice not to be angry is the practice of mindfulness. Mindfulness involves being fully present in the moment, observing our thoughts and emotions without judgment. By cultivating mindfulness, we can become more aware of the early signs of anger, such as tension in the body, a quickening of the breath, or a rush of negative thoughts, and use this awareness to choose a different response. Mindfulness helps us create a space between the stimulus, the event that triggers anger, and our response. In this space, we have the opportunity to pause, take a deep breath, and reflect on how we want to respond. This pause is crucial because it interrupts the automatic, reactive pattern that often characterizes anger. Instead of immediately reacting with anger, we can choose to respond with calmness, patience, or even compassion. For example, suppose you are in a heated discussion with a colleague and they say something that you find offensive. Without mindfulness, you might immediately react with anger, perhaps raising your voice or making a cutting remark. However, if you are mindful, you can notice the anger rising within you and choose to pause before responding. In that pause, you might consider whether responding with anger will help resolve the situation or whether there might be a more constructive way to communicate your feelings. Mindfulness also allows us to observe the thoughts and beliefs that fuel our anger. Often, anger is driven by a narrative we tell ourselves about the situation, such as, "They're disrespecting me," or "This is unfair." By bringing mindful awareness to these thoughts, we can question their validity and consider alternative interpretations. This practice of observing and questioning our thoughts can help us break free from the automatic patterns of thinking that lead to anger, developing emotional resilience through practice. The realization that anger is a choice is empowering, but making that choice consistently requires practice. Emotional resilience, the ability to withstand and recover from emotional challenges, is not something that develops overnight. It is the result of ongoing effort and commitment to practicing the principles of Stoicism in our daily lives. One of the ways to build emotional resilience is by regularly practicing premeditatio malorum, the Stoic exercise of anticipating potential challenges. By mentally preparing ourselves for situations that might provoke anger, we can strengthen our ability to choose a calm and rational response. This preparation helps us build a kind of emotional muscle, making it easier to manage our reactions in the heat of the moment. For example, if you know that you often become angry during stressful meetings, you might mentally rehearse how you will respond to different scenarios. Imagine someone interrupting you or dismissing your ideas. How will you choose to respond? By rehearsing these situations in your mind, you are training yourself to stay calm and composed, even when provoked. Over time, this practice can help you develop the emotional resilience needed to navigate challenging situations without resorting to anger. Another important aspect of building emotional resilience is self-compassion. Often, when we struggle with anger, we can be hard on ourselves, feeling guilty or ashamed for losing our temper. However, self-compassion involves treating ourselves with the same kindness and understanding that we would offer to a friend. By acknowledging that anger is a natural human emotion and that we are all works in progress, we can approach our efforts to manage anger with patience and gentleness. This attitude of self-compassion helps us stay motivated in our practice, even when we encounter setbacks. Embracing forgiveness as a choice. Forgiveness is another powerful way to exercise the choice not to be angry. When we hold on to anger and resentment, we are essentially choosing to carry a burden that weighs us down and prevents us from moving forward. Seneca teaches that forgiveness is not about condoning bad behavior, but about freeing ourselves from the destructive effects of anger. Choosing to forgive is an act of self-liberation. It is a way of saying, "I will not allow this situation or this person to have power over my peace of mind." This does not mean that we ignore or minimize the harm that has been done, but rather that we choose to let go of the anger and resentment that keep us trapped in a cycle of suffering. Forgiveness can be challenging, especially when we feel deeply wronged. However, Seneca reminds us that forgiveness is ultimately an act of strength, not weakness. It requires us to rise above our immediate emotional reactions and consider the bigger picture, our own well-being and the kind of life we want to live. By choosing to forgive, we reclaim our power and take control of our emotional lives. To practice forgiveness, start by acknowledging the anger and hurt that you feel. It's important not to suppress or deny these emotions, but to recognize them as a natural response to being wronged. Then, consider the impact that holding on to this anger is having on your life. Is it making you unhappy? Is it affecting your relationships or your ability to enjoy life? By reflecting on these questions, you can begin to see the value of letting go of your anger. Next, try to put yourself in the other person's shoes. This doesn't mean excusing their behavior, but rather trying to understand their perspective. What might have led them to act the way they did? Are they struggling with their own challenges or insecurities? By cultivating empathy, you can soften your anger and create space for forgiveness. Finally, make a conscious decision to forgive. This doesn't mean that you need to reconcile with the person or forget what happened, but it does mean choosing not to let anger dictate your thoughts and actions. You might find it helpful to engage in a symbolic act of forgiveness, such as writing a letter to the person, which you may or may not choose to send, or simply saying to yourself, "I choose to forgive and let go of this anger." The role of rational analysis in reinforcing the choice. Rational analysis, or logismos, plays a critical role in reinforcing the choice not to be angry. When we encounter a situation that triggers anger, our immediate reaction is often based on a subjective interpretation of the event, an interpretation that may be flawed or exaggerated. By applying rational analysis, we can step back from our emotions and critically evaluate the situation from a logical perspective. One way to practice rational analysis is by questioning the thoughts and beliefs that underlie our anger. For example, if you become angry because someone cuts in front of you in line, you might initially think, "This person is disrespecting me," or "They think they're better than everyone else." However, by applying rational analysis, you might ask yourself, "Do I really know why they did that? Is it possible that they didn't see me, or that they're in a hurry for a legitimate reason?" By challenging your initial assumptions, you can often diffuse your anger and choose a more constructive response. Rational analysis also involves considering the potential consequences of our actions. Before reacting in anger, Seneca advises us to think about whether our response will improve the situation or make it worse. For instance, if you're angry with a colleague, snapping at them might provide temporary relief, but it could also damage your working relationship and create more stress in the long run. By thinking through the potential outcomes, you can choose a response that is more likely to lead to a positive resolution. In addition to questioning our thoughts and considering consequences, rational analysis can also help us put things into perspective. Often anger arises when we blow a situation out of proportion, seeing it as more significant or threatening than it actually is. By taking a step back and viewing the situation in the context of our entire life, we can often realize that what seems so important in the moment is actually quite trivial in the grand scheme of things. For example, suppose you're angry because a friend cancelled plans at the last minute. While this might be frustrating, consider how significant this event will be in a week, a month, or a year. Will it have any lasting impact on your life or your friendship? In most cases, the answer is no. By putting things into perspective, you can prevent anger from consuming you and focus on what truly matters. The importance of consistency in making the choice. Making the choice not to be angry is not a one-time decision. It is a practice that requires consistency and commitment. Like any skill, the ability to manage anger effectively develops over time through repeated practice and effort. The more consistently we make the choice not to be angry, the easier it becomes and the more natural it feels. One way to reinforce this consistency is by developing daily habits that support our emotional well-being. These habits might include mindfulness meditation, journaling, practicing gratitude, or engaging in regular physical exercise. Each of these practices can help us maintain a calm and balanced state of mind, making it easier to choose not to be angry when challenges arise. Another important aspect of consistency is setting clear intentions for how we want to respond to anger. For example, you might set an intention to pause and take 3 deep breaths whenever you feel anger rising, or to practice self-compassion when you find yourself struggling with anger. By setting these intentions and reminding yourself of them regularly, you create a mental framework that supports your efforts to manage anger. Consistency also involves being patient with ourselves. There will be times when we slip up, when we react with anger despite our best intentions. When this happens, it's important to approach ourselves with kindness and understanding, recognizing that change takes time and that each moment is an opportunity to learn and grow. The transformative power of accepting responsibility. Accepting responsibility for our emotions is a fundamental aspect of making the choice not to be angry. In Stoicism, taking responsibility means acknowledging that we are the authors of our own experience, that our emotions are not imposed upon us by external events, but are the result of our own judgments and interpretations. This acceptance of responsibility is transformative because it empowers us to change. When we blame others or external circumstances for our anger, we give away our power, making ourselves victims of the world around us. However, when we take responsibility for our emotions, we reclaim that power, recognizing that we have the ability to change our response and ultimately our experience. For example, if you find yourself angry because of a critical comment from a colleague, you might initially feel that your anger is justified and that the colleague is to blame. However, by accepting responsibility for your anger, you acknowledge that the emotion is arising from your own judgment of the situation. This recognition allows you to explore alternative responses, perhaps seeing the comment as an opportunity for growth or simply choosing to let it go. Accepting responsibility also involves recognizing the impact that our anger has on others. When we react with anger, we often hurt those around us, damaging relationships and creating conflict. By taking responsibility for our emotions, we can choose to respond in ways that are more constructive and supportive of our relationships. Embracing the long-term benefits of choosing not to be angry. Finally, it's important to consider the long-term benefits of consistently making the choice not to be angry. By practicing the principles of Stoicism and cultivating emotional resilience, we can create a life that is characterized by greater peace, harmony, and fulfillment. When we choose not to be angry, we free ourselves from the emotional turmoil that often accompanies this powerful emotion. We become more capable of handling life's challenges with grace and composure, and we are better able to maintain positive relationships with others. Over time, this practice can lead to a deeper sense of inner peace and contentment as we learn to navigate the ups and downs of life without being overwhelmed by anger. Moreover, by consistently choosing not to be angry, we set an example for others, inspiring them to adopt similar practices in their own lives. This ripple effect can create a more harmonious and supportive environment, whether in our families, workplaces, or communities. In conclusion, the realization that anger is a choice is a profound insight that can transform our approach to life. By cultivating mindfulness, practicing rational analysis, embracing forgiveness, and consistently making the choice not to be angry, we can develop the emotional resilience needed to navigate life's challenges with greater ease and clarity. Seneca's teachings offer us a powerful framework for mastering our emotions and living a life of greater peace and fulfillment. Connecting the timeless teachings of Seneca to real-world experiences is crucial for understanding how these principles can be applied in everyday life. By examining the journeys of both a well-known public figure and an ordinary person, we can see how Stoic philosophy offers powerful tools for managing anger and cultivating inner peace. In this expanded chapter, we'll explore these stories in greater depth, illustrating how the choice not to be angry can lead to profound personal transformation. Mahatma Gandhi. Transforming anger into a force for good. Mahatma Gandhi is one of the most revered figures in history, known for his philosophy of non-violence, ahimsa, and his role in leading India to independence from British rule. However, what is less commonly known is that Gandhi, like all of us, struggled with anger, particularly in his early years. This makes his story all the more inspiring, as it shows how a deep commitment to self-discipline and philosophical principles can help us transform even our most challenging emotions. Gandhi's early life was marked by a strong sense of justice and a deep empathy for the suffering of others. However, these traits also made him prone to anger, especially when he encountered injustice or cruelty. His time in South Africa, where he faced racial discrimination and witnessed the brutal treatment of Indian immigrants, was a particularly formative period. The young Gandhi often found himself consumed by anger at the injustices he observed and experienced. He struggled with how to channel this anger in a way that would be both effective and ethical. Gandhi's transformation began when he started to study and practice the principles of non-violence, inspired by the teachings of various religious and philosophical traditions, including Stoicism. He came to believe that anger, when left unchecked, could lead to violence and hatred, both of which were antithetical to his values. Gandhi realized that in order to lead a movement based on non-violence, he would need to first conquer his own anger. This realization was a turning point in Gandhi's life. He began to practice self-discipline and mindfulness, learning to observe his anger without acting on it impulsively. Instead of allowing anger to dictate his actions, Gandhi chose to channel it into a powerful commitment to justice and compassion. He believed that by transforming anger into a force for good, he could inspire others to do the same and create a movement that was rooted in love and respect for all humanity. One of the most striking examples of Gandhi's mastery over anger can be seen in his response to the British colonial authorities. Despite the immense suffering inflicted on the Indian people by British rule, Gandhi consistently advocated for peaceful resistance and non-violent protest. He understood that responding to violence with violence would only perpetuate a cycle of hatred and retribution. Instead, he chose to respond with patience, forgiveness, and unwavering commitment to his principles. Gandhi's ability to manage his anger and turn it into a force for positive change had a profound impact, not only on the Indian independence movement, but also on the world. His philosophy of non-violence inspired countless individuals and movements around the globe, from the civil rights movement in the United States to anti-apartheid struggles in South Africa. Gandhi's life is a powerful testament to the idea that anger, when guided by reason and compassion, can be transformed into a force for good. His story illustrates the Stoic principle that we always have a choice in how we respond to our emotions, and that by choosing not to be angry, we can lead lives that are more aligned with our values and contribute to the betterment of society. Nelson Mandela, the journey from anger to reconciliation. Nelson Mandela, another towering figure in history, provides a compelling example of how one can transform anger into a lifelong commitment to reconciliation and peace. Mandela's story is one of extraordinary resilience and emotional mastery, particularly in the face of extreme provocation and injustice. Mandela's early life in apartheid South Africa was fraught with anger-inducing experiences. As a young man, he witnessed the brutal oppression of his people by the apartheid regime, a system designed to dehumanize and marginalize black South Africans. This environment naturally fueled a deep anger within Mandela, and initially he channeled this anger into a militant resistance against the apartheid government. However, Mandela's time in prison marked a profound transformation in his approach to anger and resistance. During his 27 years of imprisonment, Mandela had ample time to reflect on his emotions and his vision for the future of South Africa. While the conditions of his imprisonment were harsh and unjust, Mandela realized that holding on to anger and hatred would ultimately destroy him and prevent him from leading his people to freedom. Mandela's philosophy evolved to embrace forgiveness and reconciliation. He came to understand that the true strength of a leader lies not in the ability to retaliate, but in the ability to forgive and build bridges. When he was finally released from prison, Mandela could have easily called for retribution against those who had oppressed him and his people. Instead, he chose the path of reconciliation, understanding that a peaceful and united South Africa could only be built on the foundation of forgiveness and mutual respect. Mandela's decision to forgive those who had wronged him was not a sign of weakness, but of immense personal strength. He recognized that by choosing not to be angry, he could help heal the deep wounds of his nation and prevent the cycle of violence from continuing. His leadership during the transition from apartheid to democracy was characterized by his unwavering commitment to reconciliation, which played a crucial role in preventing South Africa from descending into civil war. The life of Nelson Mandela is a powerful example of how the choice not to be angry can lead to profound personal and societal transformation. His ability to transcend anger and embrace forgiveness allowed him to become a beacon of hope and a model of leadership for the entire world. Jane's story, finding peace in everyday life. While the stories of figures like Gandhi and Mandela are inspiring, it's also important to recognize that the principles of Stoicism and the choice not to be angry are equally applicable in the lives of ordinary people. Let's turn now to the story of Jane, a middle-aged woman working in a high-pressure corporate environment. Jane's journey illustrates how everyday individuals can apply Stoic principles to overcome anger and lead more fulfilling lives. Jane was a dedicated professional known for her strong work ethic and commitment to her job. However, her dedication often came at a cost. The high-pressure environment of her workplace, combined with her perfectionist tendencies, made her prone to stress and frustration, Jane found herself frequently becoming angry with her colleagues, especially when they failed to meet deadlines or made mistakes. This anger often spilled over into her personal life, affecting her relationships with her family and friends. One day, after a particularly heated argument with a co-worker, Jane realized that her anger was taking a toll on her well-being. She was constantly stressed, her relationships were suffering, and she felt unhappy and unfulfilled. Determined to make a change, Jane began researching ways to manage her anger and stumbled upon the teachings of Seneca. Intrigued by the Stoic approach to anger management, Jane decided to start applying some of Seneca's principles in her daily life. She began by practicing mindfulness, learning to observe her thoughts and emotions without judgment. Whenever she felt the early signs of anger, such as a tightness in her chest or a rush of negative thoughts, Jane would pause, take a deep breath, and remind herself that she had a choice in how to respond. This simple practice of pausing before reacting made a significant difference in Jane's life. She found that by giving herself a moment to reflect, she could choose to respond to challenging situations with calmness and patience, rather than letting her anger take over. Over time, this practice became second nature, helping Jane navigate the stresses of her work environment with greater ease. In addition to mindfulness, Jane embraced the Stoic exercise of premeditatio malorum. Before heading into potentially stressful meetings, she would mentally prepare herself by imagining different scenarios and how she might respond to them. This preparation helped her stay calm and composed, even when things didn't go as planned. For example, if a colleague interrupted her or dismissed her ideas, Jane would choose to respond with curiosity and understanding, rather than anger. Jane also found great value in the practice of forgiveness. She realized that holding on to anger and resentment was not only damaging her relationships, but also affecting her own well-being. By choosing to forgive her colleagues for their mistakes and focus on the bigger picture, Jane was able to let go of her resentment and move forward with a more positive outlook. The impact of these changes in Jane's life was profound. Not only did she become more effective at work, but her relationships with her family and friends also improved. She found that she was happier, more relaxed, and better able to handle the challenges of her demanding job. Jane's story illustrates how ordinary individuals can apply Stoic principles to overcome anger and lead more fulfilling lives. Jane's journey didn't end with her personal transformation. Inspired by the changes she had experienced, she began sharing her insights with her colleagues, encouraging them to explore the principles of Stoicism and mindfulness. She organized lunchtime meditation sessions and started a book club at work, where they read and discussed books on Stoic philosophy. Over time, these small initiatives contributed to a noticeable shift in the workplace culture, fostering a more supportive and collaborative environment. Jane's story is a testament to the power of personal transformation and the ripple effect it can have on others. By choosing not to be angry and embracing the teachings of Seneca, Jane not only improved her own life, but also positively influenced those around her. Her journey serves as a reminder that the principles of Stoicism are not just for philosophers or historical figures. They are accessible and applicable to anyone willing to put them into practice. The ripple effect, how personal choices impact others. One of the most compelling aspects of these stories, whether it's Gandhi, Mandela, or Jane, is the way in which their personal choices not only transformed their own lives, but also had a profound impact on those around them. This ripple effect is a powerful reminder that the choice not to be angry is not just about personal well-being, it's also about creating a more harmonious and compassionate world. When we choose not to be angry, we break the cycle of conflict and retribution that so often characterizes human interactions. Instead of responding to anger with anger, we respond with patience, understanding, and forgiveness. This choice can diffuse tense situations, heal damaged relationships, and inspire others to adopt a similar approach. For example, Jane's decision to practice mindfulness and forgiveness at work didn't just improve her own experience, it also created a more positive and collaborative atmosphere in her workplace. Her colleagues, inspired by her example, began to adopt similar practices, leading to a more supportive and less stressful environment for everyone. Similarly, Gandhi's and Mandela's commitment to non-violence and reconciliation had a transformative impact, not just on their own lives, but on entire nations. Their ability to choose forgiveness and understanding over anger and retaliation inspired millions of people and changed the course of history. In conclusion, the personal stories of Gandhi, Mandela, and Jain illustrate the profound impact that the choice not to be angry can have on both our own lives and the world around us. By applying the principles of Stoicism, mindfulness, rational analysis, forgiveness, and self-discipline, we can transform our relationship with anger and create a life that is more peaceful, fulfilling, and aligned with our values. These stories remind us that no matter who we are or what challenges we face, we always have the power to choose our response, and that choice can change everything. In our journey through Seneca's teachings on anger management, we've explored the profound insights offered by Stoic philosophy and how they can be applied to one of the most challenging aspects of human experience: anger. Throughout this exploration, we've delved into the roots of anger, its triggers and its destructive potential, both on our personal well-being and in our relationships with others. We've also uncovered the tools that Stoicism provides for transforming our relationship with anger, tools that are not only practical but deeply transformative. Anger is a universal emotion, one that can arise from countless situations: perceived slights, injustices, unmet expectations, or simply the frustrations of daily life. Left unchecked, anger can dominate our thoughts, dictate our actions, and lead to outcomes that are harmful both to ourselves and to those around us. It can strain relationships, cloud our judgment, and even impact our physical health. Yet, as we've seen through the lens of Stoicism, anger is not an unavoidable reaction, but a choice that we can learn to navigate with reason, self-awareness, and discipline. The key insight that anger is a choice lies at the heart of Seneca's teachings. This realization empowers us to take control of our emotional responses rather than being controlled by them. It invites us to pause, reflect, and choose a course of action that aligns with our values and long-term well-being. This shift in perspective is not just a cognitive exercise, it is a practice that requires mindfulness, rational analysis, and the cultivation of virtues like patience, forgiveness, and empathy. Mindfulness, as we discussed, is an essential practice for developing the awareness needed to catch anger before it spirals out of control. By being present in the moment and observing our thoughts and emotions without judgment, we create the space necessary to choose a different response. This practice of pausing and reflecting can prevent us from reacting impulsively and help us respond to challenges with greater calm and clarity. Rational analysis, another critical tool from Stoicism, allows us to step back from our immediate emotional reactions and evaluate the situation from a logical perspective. By questioning the assumptions that underlie our anger, such as the belief that we have been wronged or that the situation is intolerable, we can often diffuse the intensity of our emotions and choose a more constructive response. This process of critical thinking helps us see the bigger picture, maintain perspective, and avoid blowing situations out of proportion. Forgiveness, a theme we explored in depth, is a powerful way to free ourselves from the burden of anger. Seneca teaches that forgiveness is not about excusing bad behavior, but about liberating ourselves from the corrosive effects of resentment and bitterness. By choosing to forgive, we reclaim our peace of mind and create the possibility for healing and reconciliation. This act of forgiveness is not just a gift to others, but a profound act of self-care, allowing us to move forward without the weight of anger holding us back. The stories of Mahatma Gandhi, Nelson Mandela, and Jain serve as powerful illustrations of how these principles can be applied in both extraordinary and everyday circumstances. Gandhi and Mandela, through their commitment to non-violence and reconciliation, demonstrated how the choice not to be angry can lead to profound personal and societal transformation. Jain, through her journey of applying Stoic principles in a high-pressure work environment, showed how ordinary individuals can use these tools to improve their own lives and positively impact those around them. These stories remind us that the principles of Stoicism are not abstract or theoretical. They are practical and applicable to the challenges we face every day. Whether we are leading a movement for social justice, navigating the complexities of a workplace, or simply managing the ups and downs of daily life, the choice not to be angry can lead to more peaceful, fulfilling, and meaningful experiences. As we conclude this exploration, it's important to emphasize that mastering anger is not about suppressing our emotions or denying our feelings. Instead, it's about developing the capacity to choose our responses and aligning those responses with our deeper values. It's about recognizing that while we may not have control over the events that trigger our anger, we do have control over how we interpret and respond to those events. This journey of anger management is a lifelong practice. It requires ongoing effort, self-reflection, and a commitment to personal growth. There will be times when we stumble, when anger gets the better of us despite our best intentions. But each moment offers us the opportunity to learn, to grow, and to choose differently next time. With patience and persistence, we can develop the resilience and emotional mastery needed to navigate life's challenges with greater ease and grace. Moreover, the impact of choosing not to be angry extends beyond our own well-being. When we respond to anger with patience, understanding, and forgiveness, we contribute to a more harmonious and compassionate world. Our choices can inspire others, create ripple effects in our communities, and help break the cycles of conflict and retribution that so often characterize human interactions. In summary, Seneca's teachings on anger management offer us a powerful framework for living a more intentional and balanced life. By recognizing that anger is a choice, practicing mindfulness, engaging in rational analysis, embracing forgiveness, and cultivating self-awareness, we can transform our relationship with this challenging emotion. These principles are not just for philosophers or historical figures, they are accessible to all of us, regardless of our circumstances. As we apply these teachings in our daily lives, we can create a future that is more aligned with our values, more peaceful, and more fulfilling. Thank you for watching. I hope you found these insights on mastering anger through Seneca's teachings helpful. Now, I'd love to hear from you. What strategies have you used to manage anger in your life? Share your experiences in the comments below. And if you enjoyed this video, please like, share, and subscribe to the channel. Your support helps us reach more people who can benefit from the wisdom of Stoicism. Let's continue this journey together, learning and growing every day. See you in the next video. Ever wondered how some people stay mentally tough no matter what life throws at them? Stick around, because today we're diving into simple Stoic strategies that will help you build a rock-solid mindset. Welcome back to the channel, everyone. In today's video, we're exploring the powerful and timeless wisdom of Stoicism, a philosophy that has been guiding people towards mental strength for centuries. Whether you're facing challenges at work, struggling with personal issues, or just want to enhance your resilience, these simple Stoic strategies will help you develop a tough mindset that can withstand the storms of life. So let's dive in and start building that mental fortress. In our fast-paced, ever-changing world, the concept of mental toughness has become more crucial than ever. Yet, despite its importance, many of us struggle to develop and maintain the resilience needed to navigate life's challenges effectively. Whether it's the stress of a demanding job, the pressure to meet societal expectations, or the emotional toll of personal difficulties, the path to mental toughness is fraught with obstacles. But what exactly makes it so hard to cultivate this essential trait? And why do so many people find themselves feeling mentally exhausted, overwhelmed, and ill-equipped to cope with the stresses of daily life? The pressure of external expectations. One of the core reasons people struggle to build mental toughness is the overwhelming pressure to conform to external expectations. From a young age, we're conditioned to chase external markers of success: academic achievements, career milestones, social status, and material wealth. Society often equates success with outward appearances, and we're bombarded with messages that suggest our worth is tied to what we own, how we look, or what we've accomplished. This external focus can create a fragile mindset, one that is easily shaken when things don't go as planned. When our sense of self-worth is tied to things outside our control, such as the approval of others or the achievement of specific goals, we become vulnerable to the inevitable ups and downs of life. This external dependency makes it difficult to develop the inner resilience needed to withstand challenges. For instance, if a promotion at work becomes the sole measure of our self-esteem, what happens when that promotion is delayed or denied? The result is often a crushing sense of failure, leading to a spiral of negative thoughts and emotions that undermine our mental toughness. the culture of instant gratification. Another significant barrier to mental toughness is the pervasive culture of instant gratification that dominates modern life. We live in an era where everything seems to be just a click away, whether it's food delivery, online shopping, or entertainment. This expectation of immediate results has seeped into every aspect of our lives, diminishing our ability to tolerate discomfort or delay gratification. In the context of mental toughness, this mindset can be particularly damaging. When we're accustomed to getting what we want, when we want it, our tolerance for adversity decreases. The moment we encounter setbacks, the temptation to give up or seek an easier path becomes overwhelming. Instead of persevering through challenges, we may opt for quick fixes that provide temporary relief but do little to build long-term resilience. This tendency to avoid discomfort rather than confront it head-on can erode our mental strength over time. For example, consider the challenge of developing a new skill or habit, such as learning a language or committing to a fitness routine. Both require sustained effort and the ability to push through periods of slow progress or frustration. However, in a culture that prizes instant results, the slow and often painful process of skill development can feel discouraging. Many people abandon their goals prematurely, not because they lack the ability to succeed, but because they haven't developed the mental toughness to endure the journey. The perfectionism trap. Perfectionism is another modern-day plague that hinders the development of mental toughness. The relentless pursuit of perfection, whether in our careers, relationships, or personal endeavors, creates an environment where failure is not an option. This all-or-nothing mindset can be incredibly damaging to our resilience, as it leaves little room for mistakes, setbacks, or imperfections. Perfectionism often stems from a fear of judgment or failure. We set impossibly high standards for ourselves, believing that anything less than perfect is unacceptable. However, this mindset can lead to chronic stress, anxiety, and burnout as we constantly strive to meet unrealistic expectations. Moreover, when we inevitably fall short of these standards, the resulting self-criticism can be brutal, further eroding our mental toughness. The perfectionism trap is particularly insidious because it can prevent us from taking risks or trying new things. If we're afraid of failing, we may avoid challenges altogether, choosing instead to stay within our comfort zones where success is more certain. However, this avoidance behavior stifles growth and development, depriving us of the opportunities to build resilience through experience. The comparison culture closely related to perfectionism is the issue of comparison, especially in the age of social media. Platforms like Instagram, Facebook, and LinkedIn have made it easier than ever to compare ourselves to others, often to our detriment. We scroll through curated highlight reels, seeing only the best moments of others' lives, vacations, promotions, flawless selfies, while our own lives, with all their messy imperfections, seem to pale in comparison. This constant comparison can lead to feelings of inadequacy and self-doubt, weakening our mental resilience. When we measure our worth against the carefully edited versions of other people's lives, it's easy to feel like we're falling short. This comparison culture can create a sense of pressure to keep up, driving us to strive for achievements and appearances that may not align with our true values or capabilities. The impact of this constant comparison can be particularly detrimental to our mental health. Studies have shown that excessive social media use is linked to higher levels of anxiety, depression, and low self-esteem. The more we compare ourselves to others, the more likely we are to feel dissatisfied with our own lives, which can erode our mental toughness over time. Instead of focusing on our own journey and progress, we become fixated on what others are doing, losing sight of our own goals and potential. The burden of unmanaged stress. Stress is an unavoidable part of life, but how we manage it can significantly impact our mental toughness. In today's fast-paced world, many people are dealing with chronic stress from multiple sources: work demands, financial pressures, family responsibilities, and more. When stress becomes overwhelming and goes unmanaged, it can take a severe toll on our mental and physical health. Chronic stress triggers the body's fight or flight response, releasing stress hormones like cortisol and adrenaline. While these hormones are useful in short bursts, prolonged exposure can lead to a range of health problems, including anxiety, depression, high blood pressure, and weakened immune function. Moreover, when we're constantly in a state of stress, our ability to think clearly, make decisions, and cope with challenges diminishes. Unmanaged stress can also lead to unhealthy coping mechanisms such as overeating, substance abuse, or excessive screen time. These behaviors provide temporary relief but ultimately do more harm than good, further eroding our mental toughness. Over time, the cumulative effect of unmanaged stress can lead to burnout, a state of emotional, physical, and mental exhaustion that makes it difficult to function effectively in daily life. The isolation of modern life. While our society often emphasizes individualism and self-reliance, the reality is that human beings are inherently social creatures. We thrive on connection and community, yet modern life can be incredibly isolating. Whether due to long work hours, geographical distance, or the rise of digital communication over face-to-face interactions, many people find themselves feeling lonely and disconnected from others. This isolation can weaken our mental toughness by depriving us of the support systems we need to navigate life's challenges. Research has shown that strong social connections are a key factor in resilience. When we have people we can turn to for support, encouragement, and perspective, we're better equipped to handle stress and adversity. On the other hand, when we feel isolated, challenges can seem more daunting, and our ability to cope effectively is diminished. The COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the impact of isolation on mental health, as millions of people around the world experienced prolonged periods of social distancing and lockdowns. The resulting increase in loneliness, anxiety, and depression underscored the importance of connection in maintaining mental toughness. Even in normal times, however, the fast pace of modern life can make it difficult to maintain meaningful relationships, contributing to a sense of isolation and vulnerability. The lack of emotional regulation skills. Another critical factor that impedes the development of mental toughness is the lack of emotional regulation skills. Many people were never taught how to effectively manage their emotions, leading to a tendency to either suppress or be overwhelmed by them. Without the ability to regulate emotions, we become more susceptible to the negative impacts of stress, anxiety, and frustration. Emotional regulation involves recognizing, understanding, and managing our emotions in a healthy way. It's about finding a balance between feeling our emotions and not letting them control our actions or thoughts. For example, when faced with a difficult situation, someone with strong emotional regulation skills might acknowledge their frustration but choose to respond calmly and thoughtfully rather than reacting impulsively. However, when we lack these skills, emotions like anger, fear, or sadness can become overwhelming, leading to irrational decisions, strained relationships, and increased stress. Over time, this emotional turbulence can wear down our mental toughness, making it harder to stay resilient in the face of challenges. The overwhelm of information overload. We live in an age of information overload, where we're constantly bombarded with news, opinions, and data from multiple sources. While access to information can be empowering, it can also be overwhelming, leading to decision fatigue and analysis paralysis. The constant influx of information can make it difficult to focus, prioritize, and make decisions, all of which are crucial for maintaining mental toughness. When we're overwhelmed with information, it becomes challenging to distinguish between what is important and what is not. This can lead to indecision, procrastination, and increased anxiety as we struggle to process and act on the vast amount of information available to us. Moreover, the prevalence of negative news, such as reports of crises, disasters, and conflicts, can create a sense of hopelessness and fear, further eroding our mental resilience. The rise of social media and digital communication has also contributed to information overload, as we're constantly exposed to updates, notifications, and messages. This constant connectivity can make it difficult to disconnect and recharge, leading to mental fatigue and burnout. To build mental toughness, it's essential to develop strategies for managing information intake and maintaining focus on what truly matters. The myth of self-sufficiency. Finally, the myth of self-sufficiency is a significant barrier to building mental toughness. In our culture, there's a strong emphasis on independence and the idea that we should be able to handle everything on our own. While self-reliance is an important trait, the belief that we must navigate life's challenges without help can be isolating and detrimental to our mental resilience. The reality is that no one is truly self-sufficient. We all need support, whether it's emotional, practical, or professional. However, the stigma surrounding asking for help can prevent people from reaching out when they need it most. This reluctance to seek support can lead to feelings of isolation, overwhelm, and burnout, all of which undermine mental toughness. The myth of self-sufficiency also perpetuates the idea that vulnerability is a weakness. In truth, vulnerability is a natural and necessary part of the human experience. Acknowledging our vulnerabilities and seeking support when needed are crucial steps in building resilience. By embracing vulnerability and recognizing the value of connection, we can strengthen our mental toughness and better navigate the challenges of life. In summary, the struggle to build mental toughness in today's world is compounded by a variety of factors, including external expectations, the culture of instant gratification, perfectionism, comparison, unmanaged stress, isolation, emotional dysregulation, information overload, and the myth of self-sufficiency. These challenges can make it difficult to develop the resilience needed to thrive in the face of adversity. However, by recognizing these obstacles and understanding their impact on our mental well-being, we can begin to take proactive steps toward building a stronger, more resilient mindset. Mental toughness is not about being impervious to life's difficulties. Rather, it's about developing the inner strength and emotional resilience to face challenges head-on and emerge stronger. In the next section, we'll explore how the timeless wisdom of Stoicism offers practical strategies for overcoming these challenges and cultivating the mental toughness needed to navigate the complexities of modern life with grace and resilience. Stoicism, a philosophy that originated in ancient Greece and later flourished in Rome, offers a timeless guide to developing mental toughness. Its principles are as relevant today as they were over 2,000 years ago, providing practical tools to navigate the challenges of modern life with resilience and composure. In this section, we will delve deeper into key Stoic principles and practices, exploring how they can be applied to cultivate a robust mindset capable of withstanding life's adversities. 1. The dichotomy of control, mastering what you can control. At the core of Stoicism is the dichotomy of control, a principle that teaches us to focus on what is within our control and let go of what is not. This simple yet profound idea is central to building mental toughness as it shifts our attention away from external events and circumstances over which we have little to no control and toward our own thoughts, actions, and responses, which are entirely within our power. When we internalize the dichotomy of control, we reduce the stress and anxiety that often accompany efforts to control the uncontrollable. For example, we cannot control how others perceive us, the outcomes of our efforts, or the actions of others. However, we can control our reactions to these external factors, how we interpret events, and how we choose to act. By focusing on our internal world, we build a sense of empowerment and resilience, knowing that our happiness and peace of mind do not depend on external validation or outcomes. Applying this principle in daily life involves a conscious effort to reframe challenges and setbacks. Instead of worrying about whether you'll get that job promotion, an outcome you cannot control, focus on doing your best work and developing your skills, actions within your control. Instead of fretting over how someone might react to your decisions, focus on making choices that align with your values and integrity. This shift in focus from the external to the internal is a powerful tool for developing a tough, resilient mindset. 2. Negative visualization. Preparing for the worst. Negative visualization, or premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of evils, is a Stoic practice that involves imagining the worst-case scenarios that could arise in any given situation. While this might sound pessimistic, it is actually a strategic approach to building mental toughness. By contemplating potential difficulties in advance, we can mentally prepare ourselves for them, reducing the shock and emotional turmoil if they do occur. The practice of negative visualization helps us develop resilience by fostering a mindset of acceptance and preparedness. When we visualize the possibility of failure, loss, or adversity, we become less attached to specific outcomes and more focused on our ability to handle whatever comes our way. This practice also enhances our appreciation for what we currently have, as it reminds us that nothing in life is guaranteed, and that even the things we take for granted can change or disappear. For instance, if you're about to embark on a new business venture, negative visualization might involve considering scenarios where the business fails, encounters financial difficulties, or faces stiff competition. By mentally preparing for these challenges, you're less likely to be blindsided if they occur, and more equipped to respond with resilience and adaptability. Additionally, this practice can deepen your gratitude for your current resources, relationships, and opportunities, helping you maintain a balanced perspective. 3. Amor fati, loving your fate. Amor fati, a Latin phrase meaning love of fate, is a Stoic concept that encourages us to embrace everything that happens to us, both the good and the bad, as necessary parts of our journey. Rather than resisting or resenting challenges and setbacks, Amor fati teaches us to accept them as opportunities for growth and learning. This mindset is crucial for developing mental toughness as it transforms obstacles into stepping stones. The essence of Amor fati is not merely to tolerate or endure difficulties, but to actively embrace them as integral to our personal development. This philosophy is beautifully encapsulated in the words of the Stoic philosopher Epictetus, who said, "Don't demand that things happen as you wish, but wish that they happen as they do happen, and you will go on well." By aligning our desires with reality, we eliminate the internal conflict that arises from wanting things to be different than they are. This acceptance fosters a deep sense of peace and resilience, allowing us to navigate life's challenges with grace and composure. To practice Amor fati in your life, start by reflecting on past challenges and how they have contributed to your growth. Consider how a difficult breakup might have taught you valuable lessons about self-worth and relationships, or how a job loss pushed you to pursue a more fulfilling career path. By reframing these experiences as necessary and beneficial, you can develop a mindset that sees every event, no matter how challenging, as an essential part of your journey. 4. Memento. Mori, the power of mortality awareness. Memento. Mori, which translates to remember you will die, is a Stoic reminder of the impermanence of life. Far from being a morbid reflection, this principle encourages us to live fully and mindfully, knowing that our time on earth is limited. By keeping death in mind, we gain perspective on our problems, realizing that many of the things we worry about are insignificant in the grand scheme of life. This awareness of mortality can be a powerful motivator for developing mental toughness. When we understand that life is fleeting, we become less attached to outcomes and more committed to living in alignment with our values. We prioritize what truly matters, our relationships, our personal growth, and our contributions to the world over trivial concerns or temporary setbacks. This perspective helps us approach challenges with a sense of calm and purpose, knowing that our time is too precious to waste on unnecessary stress or worry. Practicing memento mori can be as simple as taking a few moments each day to reflect on the brevity of life. This reflection can help you identify areas where you might be wasting time or energy on things that don't truly matter. It can also inspire you to take bold actions in pursuit of your goals, knowing that tomorrow is not guaranteed. By embracing the reality of mortality, you can cultivate a mindset that is both resilient and focused on living a life of meaning and purpose. 5. Virtue as the highest good. Anchoring yourself in values. For the Stoics, virtue, living in accordance with reason and moral integrity, was the highest good and the key to a fulfilling life. This means that our primary goal should be to act with wisdom, courage, justice, and temperance, regardless of the external circumstances. By prioritizing virtue over external success or pleasure, we build a stable and resilient inner foundation that is not easily shaken by life's ups and downs. Anchoring yourself in virtue provides a clear and unwavering guide for your actions and decisions. When faced with challenges, you can rely on your commitment to these core values to navigate difficult situations with integrity and composure. For example, if you're in a work environment where unethical behavior is prevalent, your commitment to justice and honesty can guide you in making decisions that align with your values, even if it means facing opposition or criticism. Living a virtuous life also fosters a deep sense of self-respect and confidence, both of which are essential for mental toughness. When you know that you are acting in accordance with your principles, you are less likely to be swayed by external pressures or the opinions of others. This inner alignment creates a sense of stability and resilience that helps you maintain your composure and integrity even in the face of adversity. 6. Practicing detachment, emotional resilience and clarity. Detachment, in the Stoic sense, refers to the ability to separate yourself emotionally from the outcomes of your actions. This doesn't mean that you don't care about what happens. Rather, it means that your happiness and self-worth are not dependent on external results. By practicing detachment, you can approach challenges with a clear mind, unclouded by the fear of failure or the desire for success. This mental clarity allows you to make better decisions and remain resilient regardless of the outcome. Detachment also involves letting go of the need for approval from others. In a world where social validation is often prioritized, learning to detach from the opinions of others can be incredibly liberating. When you stop seeking external validation, you free yourself from the pressure to conform or please, which can strengthen your mental fortitude. Instead, you can focus on living in alignment with your values and pursuing goals that are meaningful to you. One way to practice detachment is through mindfulness meditation, which helps you become aware of your thoughts and emotions without becoming attached to them. By observing your feelings and thoughts as they arise, you can learn to let them pass without reacting impulsively. This practice fosters emotional resilience, enabling you to stay grounded and composed in the face of challenges. 7. Building a routine of self-discipline, the foundation of mental toughness. Stoicism emphasizes the importance of self-discipline in cultivating mental toughness. Self-discipline involves establishing routines that reinforce positive habits and keep us grounded even in times of stress. Whether it's daily exercise, meditation, journaling, or practicing mindfulness, these routines help us build resilience by providing structure and consistency. Self-discipline is not about rigidly adhering to a set of rules, but rather about committing to practices that support your well-being and long-term goals. For example, a disciplined approach to physical health might involve setting aside time each day for exercise, even when you don't feel like it. Similarly, a disciplined approach to emotional health might involve daily journaling or meditation to process your thoughts and emotions. By committing to these practices, you train your mind and body to stay focused and calm, even when faced with challenges. Self-discipline also involves resisting short-term temptations in favor of long-term goals. This ability to delay gratification is crucial for maintaining mental strength and achieving meaningful success. To build self-discipline, start by setting small, achievable goals that align with your values. For instance, if you want to improve your mental toughness, you might commit to a daily practice of negative visualization or journaling. As you achieve these smaller goals, you build momentum and confidence, reinforcing your commitment to self-discipline and resilience. 8. Stoic journaling. Reflecting for growth and resilience journaling is a powerful tool in the Stoic arsenal for developing mental toughness. Stoics like Marcus Aurelius and Seneca use journaling to reflect on their thoughts, actions, and experiences. By regularly writing down our reflections, we can gain insight into our patterns of thinking, identify areas for improvement, and reinforce our commitment to Stoic principles. Journaling helps us process emotions, clarify our goals, and track our progress, making it easier to stay resilient in the face of adversity. It also serves as a reminder of our strengths and the lessons we've learned, which can boost our confidence and mental toughness over time. To incorporate Stoic journaling into your routine, start by setting aside a few minutes each day to write about your experiences and reflections. You might begin by asking yourself questions like, what challenges did I face today? How did I respond to these challenges? What could I have done differently? And what did I learn from today's experiences? Over time, journaling can help you cultivate a deeper understanding of yourself and your responses to adversity, enabling you to develop greater mental resilience. It also provides a valuable record of your growth and progress, which can serve as a source of motivation and inspiration when faced with future challenges. 9. Engaging in voluntary discomfort, toughening the mind and body. The Stoics believed in regularly exposing themselves to discomfort as a way of building resilience. This practice, known as voluntary discomfort, involves deliberately putting yourself in challenging situations to toughen your mind and body. Whether it's fasting, taking cold showers, or practicing other forms of self-denial, these acts of discomfort help build mental toughness by teaching you to endure hardship with grace. Engaging in voluntary discomfort helps us develop a tolerance for adversity and reinforces the belief that we can endure difficult situations. This practice not only builds physical resilience, but also strengthens our mental fortitude, making us more capable of facing life's inevitable challenges with composure. For example, if you're preparing for a significant challenge, such as a marathon or a major work project, you might practice voluntary discomfort by incorporating tougher training sessions or longer work hours into your routine. By gradually increasing the level of difficulty, you train your mind and body to handle greater stress and pressure, which can help you build the resilience needed to succeed. Voluntary discomfort can also involve small daily practices that push you out of your comfort zone, such as waking up early, choosing a difficult task over an easy one, or practicing delayed gratification. These practices may seem minor, but over time they build a strong foundation of mental toughness that can help you navigate more significant challenges with ease. 10. Cultivating gratitude, shifting focus from scarcity to abundance. Gratitude is a powerful Stoic practice that can significantly enhance our mental toughness. By regularly acknowledging and appreciating the positive aspects of our lives, we cultivate a mindset of abundance rather than scarcity. This shift in perspective helps us stay positive and resilient, even when facing difficulties. Gratitude also reminds us of our strengths and the support systems we have, which can boost our confidence and ability to handle challenges. By making gratitude a daily practice, we reinforce our mental toughness and maintain a balanced, optimistic outlook on life. One way to cultivate gratitude is by keeping a daily gratitude journal. Each day, take a few moments to write down 3 things you're grateful for. These can be big or small, anything from a supportive friend to a beautiful sunset. Over time, this practice helps you focus on the positives in your life, making it easier to stay resilient in the face of adversity. Another way to practice gratitude is by expressing appreciation to others. Whether it's a simple thank you note or a verbal acknowledgement, expressing gratitude strengthens your relationships and fosters a sense of connection and support. This social support is a critical factor in building mental toughness, as it reminds you that you're not alone in your challenges. 11. Living with intention, aligning actions with values. Living with intention is a vital aspect of Stoicism and a key component of mental toughness. It involves aligning your actions with your values and goals, making conscious choices that reflect your priorities. By living intentionally, you create a life that genuinely reflects who you are and what you want to achieve. To live with intention, start by identifying your core values, those principles that guide your decisions and define who you are. Once you've identified your values, evaluate your daily routines and habits, asking yourself whether they serve your overall well-being and align with your long-term vision. For example, if one of your core values is health, living with intention might involve making choices that support your physical and mental well-being, such as exercising regularly, eating nutritious foods, and practicing mindfulness. If your value is family, you might prioritize spending quality time with your loved ones, even if it means saying no to other commitments. Living intentionally also means being mindful of how you spend your time and energy. It involves setting clear boundaries to protect your priorities and avoid distractions that can derail your progress. By making intentional choices, you build a life that is aligned with your values and goals, which fosters a deep sense of fulfillment and mental resilience. 12. The practice of letting go, releasing attachment to outcomes. One of the most challenging aspects of building mental toughness is learning to let go of attachment to outcomes. We often become fixated on achieving specific goals or outcomes, believing that our happiness and success depend on them. However, this attachment can lead to disappointment, frustration, and stress when things don't go as planned. The Stoic practice of letting go involves releasing attachment to specific outcomes and focusing instead on the process and effort. This doesn't mean that we stop caring about our goals or that we don't strive for success. Rather, it means that we don't let the pursuit of these goals dictate our happiness or self-worth. Letting go of attachment to outcomes allows us to approach challenges with a sense of calm and detachment, knowing that we've done our best regardless of the result. This mindset fosters resilience as it reduces the emotional impact of setbacks and failures. It also frees us to enjoy the journey rather than becoming fixated on the destination. To practice letting go, start by setting goals that are within your control, such as improving your skills or developing positive habits, rather than focusing solely on external achievements. Remind yourself that your worth is not tied to specific outcomes and that the true measure of success is the effort you put in and the growth you experience along the way. 13. The Stoic practice of reframing, changing perspectives. Reframing is a powerful Stoic technique that involves changing the way we perceive and interpret events. By shifting our perspective, we can turn challenges into opportunities and setbacks into learning experiences. This practice is essential for developing mental toughness, as it helps us maintain a positive and resilient mindset, even in difficult situations. For example, if you experience a failure or setback, rather than viewing it as a sign of inadequacy, you might reframe it as a valuable learning experience that will help you grow and improve. By changing the narrative, you reduce the emotional impact of the event and open yourself up to new possibilities. Reframing can also involve changing the way you view challenges. Instead of seeing a difficult task as a burden, you might reframe it as an opportunity to develop new skills or prove your resilience. This shift in perspective can make the challenge feel less daunting and more manageable, boosting your confidence and mental toughness. To practice reframing, start by identifying situations in your life where you tend to focus on the negative. Then, challenge yourself to find a different, more empowering way to interpret these situations. Over time, this practice will help you develop a more resilient and optimistic mindset, allowing you to navigate life's challenges with greater ease and confidence. Stoicism offers a comprehensive toolkit for building mental toughness, providing practical strategies and principles that can be applied to every aspect of life. By embracing the dichotomy of control, practicing negative visualization, living with intention, and cultivating gratitude, among other Stoic practices, you can develop a resilient mindset that enables you to navigate life's challenges with grace, composure, and inner strength. These Stoic principles are not just abstract philosophical ideas, they are actionable practices that can be integrated into your daily life. Whether you're facing a major life challenge or simply looking to build a more resilient mindset, Stoicism offers timeless wisdom that can guide you on your journey. As you begin to apply these Stoic practices, remember that building mental toughness is a gradual process. It requires patience, persistence, and a willingness to reflect on your experiences and learn from them. But with consistent effort, you can develop the resilience needed to thrive in the face of adversity and live a life that is aligned with your values and purpose. The essence of Stoicism lies in its ability to transform how we approach life's challenges, turning adversity into an opportunity for growth and inner strength. This transformation is not about suppressing emotions or becoming indifferent to the world around us. Instead, it is about cultivating a mindset that is grounded in resilience, acceptance, and purpose. By applying Stoic principles, we can shift our mindset from one that is fragile and reactive to one that is robust and proactive, capable of weathering any storm life may bring. Let's dive deeper into how Stoicism fosters this powerful transformation and why it is the key to building a tough, resilient mindset. 1. Resilience through acceptance, embracing reality as it is. One of the most profound teachings of Stoicism is the concept of acceptance, embracing reality as it is, rather than as we wish it to be. This acceptance is not about passivity or resignation. Rather, it is about acknowledging the truth of our circumstances and finding the best way to navigate them. By accepting what we cannot change, we free ourselves from the frustration, anger, and anxiety that often arise from resisting reality. This mental shift is foundational to building resilience because it allows us to focus our energy on what we can control, our thoughts, actions, and responses, rather than wasting it on what is beyond our control. Acceptance in Stoicism is closely related to the practice of the dichotomy of control, which teaches us to distinguish between what we can and cannot influence. By embracing this distinction, we cultivate a mindset of serenity and strength, knowing that our well-being is not dependent on external circumstances but on our inner responses to those circumstances. For example, imagine you're facing a difficult situation at work. Perhaps a project has gone awry and the outcome is uncertain. Instead of becoming consumed by worry about the results or how others might perceive you, Stoic acceptance encourages you to focus on what you can control, doing your best, maintaining your composure, and learning from the experience. By accepting that the outcome is not entirely in your hands, you can approach the situation with calm and clarity, making better decisions and building resilience in the process. This practice of acceptance extends to all areas of life, from relationships to health challenges to unexpected setbacks. By accepting reality as it is, we reduce the emotional burden of resistance and open ourselves to more constructive ways of dealing with adversity. This mental shift is not about giving up. It's about letting go of the illusion of control over things we cannot change and redirecting our focus toward positive action. 2. Turning obstacles into opportunities. The Stoic obstacle is the way mindset. One of the most empowering aspects of Stoicism is its emphasis on turning obstacles into opportunities. The Stoics believed that every challenge we encounter is a chance to grow, learn, and strengthen our character. This mindset shift, from seeing challenges as threats to viewing them as opportunities, can significantly enhance our resilience. The concept of the obstacle is the way comes from the Stoic understanding that difficulties are not just obstacles to be overcome, but are integral to our development. By embracing this mindset, we learn to see adversity as a necessary and beneficial part of our journey. This approach is epitomized by the Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius, who wrote in his Meditations, "The impediment to action advances action. What stands in the way becomes the way." This idea encourages us to view obstacles not as roadblocks, but as stepping stones that propel us forward. When we encounter difficulties, we can ask ourselves, what can I learn from this? Or, how can this challenge make me stronger? By reframing challenges in this way, we not only reduce the emotional impact of setbacks, but also develop the mental toughness needed to thrive in adversity. For instance, if you're facing a personal setback, such as a relationship ending or a failure at work, the Stoic approach would be to view this setback as an opportunity for self-reflection and growth. Instead of dwelling on the loss, you might ask yourself what lessons can be learned, how you can improve, and what positive changes you can make moving forward. This mindset not only helps you overcome the immediate challenge, but also equips you with the resilience to handle future challenges with greater ease. The obstacle is the way mindset also fosters creativity and innovation. When faced with a seemingly insurmountable problem, rather than giving up, you might explore alternative solutions or new ways of thinking that you hadn't considered before. This willingness to adapt and innovate in the face of challenges is a hallmark of resilience and a key component of mental toughness. 3. Emotional resilience through Stoic detachment. Managing emotions effectively. Emotions are a natural and vital part of the human experience, but they can also cloud our judgment and weaken our resolve if not managed effectively. Stoicism teaches us to practice detachment from our emotions, particularly those that are destructive or unhelpful. This does not mean suppressing or ignoring our feelings, but rather observing them without letting them control us. By developing emotional resilience through detachment, we can maintain our composure in the face of challenges, making decisions based on reason rather than impulse. Stoic detachment involves recognizing that our emotions are often reactions to our perceptions and judgments, rather than direct responses to external events. By changing how we perceive and interpret events, we can change our emotional responses. This practice is grounded in the Stoic belief that it's not the events themselves that disturb people, but their judgments about those events. Epictetus. For example, if you receive critical feedback at work, your initial emotional response might be anger or defensiveness. However, by practicing Stoic detachment, you can pause, observe your emotions, and choose how to respond. Instead of reacting impulsively, you might consider the feedback objectively, separating the facts from your emotional reaction. This allows you to respond constructively, using the feedback as an opportunity to improve rather than as a personal attack. Emotional resilience through detachment also involves cultivating a sense of inner calm that is not easily disturbed by external events. This calmness comes from the understanding that while we cannot always control what happens to us, we can control how we respond. By maintaining this perspective, we can navigate emotional challenges with greater ease and stability, building a mindset that is tough and adaptable. 4. Building inner strength through self-reflection. The power of introspection. Stoic resilience is also cultivated through regular self-reflection. a practice that involves examining our thoughts, actions, and motivations with honesty and clarity. Self-reflection is a cornerstone of Stoic philosophy as it allows us to gain insight into our strengths and weaknesses, identify areas for improvement, and reinforce our commitment to living in accordance with our values. By taking time to reflect on our experiences, we can learn from our mistakes, recognize patterns in our behavior, and make conscious choices that align with our goals. This self-awareness is crucial for building inner strength, as it enables us to approach challenges with a clearer understanding of our capabilities and limitations. It also helps us develop the humility to acknowledge when we need to change or seek help, which is an essential aspect of resilience. Self-reflection in Stoicism is not about self-criticism, but about self-improvement. The goal is not to dwell on our shortcomings, but to use them as opportunities for growth. For example, if you notice that you tend to react with frustration in stressful situations, self-reflection might involve exploring the underlying causes of this reaction and developing strategies to manage it more effectively. This process of introspection helps you build a deeper sense of self-awareness and emotional control, which are key components of mental toughness. One practical way to engage in self-reflection is through journaling, a practice that was highly valued by Stoic philosophers like Marcus Aurelius. By writing down your thoughts, feelings, and experiences, you can gain clarity on your inner world and track your progress over time. Journaling also provides a space for you to explore your values, set intentions, and reflect on your actions, helping you stay aligned with your goals and build resilience in the process. 5. The power of purpose. Finding meaning in adversity. Resilience is deeply connected to our sense of purpose. When we have a clear understanding of our values and goals, we are better equipped to persevere through difficult times. Stoicism encourages us to live in alignment with our core values, which provides a strong foundation for resilience. By knowing what we stand for and what we're striving towards, we can find meaning in our struggles and stay motivated, even when the going gets tough. The Stoic concept of purpose is not about pursuing external success or recognition, but about living a life that is true to our principles and values. This sense of purpose acts as a guiding light, helping us navigate through the darkest times with unwavering resolve. When we face challenges, our purpose gives us the strength to keep going, knowing that our efforts are aligned with something greater than ourselves. For example, if your purpose is to help others, you might find resilience in the face of personal challenges by focusing on the positive impact you can have on those around you. Even when times are tough, this sense of purpose can provide the motivation and strength needed to push through adversity and continue pursuing your goals. Finding purpose in adversity is also about reframing challenges as opportunities to fulfill your values. For instance, if you're passionate about personal growth, you might view difficult experiences as opportunities to develop new skills or deepen your understanding of yourself. This mindset not only helps you stay resilient in the face of challenges, but also fosters a sense of fulfillment and satisfaction, knowing that you are living in alignment with your purpose. 6. Embracing change, the Stoic approach to adaptability. Change is an inevitable part of life, and our ability to adapt to it is a key component of resilience. Stoicism teaches us to embrace change with an open mind and a flexible attitude. Rather than clinging to the past or fearing the future, we can approach change as an opportunity for growth and self-improvement. This adaptability is crucial for building resilience, as it allows us to stay grounded and focused, even when our circumstances shift. The Stoics understood that life is in constant flux and that resisting change only leads to unnecessary suffering. By accepting the impermanence of life, we can navigate change with grace and resilience, using it as a catalyst for personal development. This perspective is beautifully captured in the words of Marcus Aurelius. Observe constantly that all things take place by change, and accustom yourself to consider that the nature of the universe loves nothing so much as to change. To embrace change in your life, start by cultivating a mindset of curiosity and openness. Instead of viewing change as a threat, see it as an opportunity to learn and grow. When faced with a major life change, such as a job transition or a move to a new city, focus on the possibilities that this change brings rather than the losses. This shift in perspective helps you stay resilient and adaptable, making it easier to navigate the uncertainties of life. Another way to embrace change is by practicing flexibility in your goals and plans. While it's important to have a clear direction in life, it's equally important to remain open to new opportunities and experiences by staying flexible and willing to adapt. You can turn unexpected changes into opportunities for growth and success, building resilience in the process. 7. Resilience through gratitude, cultivating a positive perspective. Gratitude is a powerful tool for building resilience, as it helps us focus on the positives in our lives rather than dwelling on the negatives. By regularly practicing gratitude, we cultivate a mindset of abundance rather than scarcity, which can significantly enhance our mental toughness. Gratitude shifts our perspective from what we lack to what we have, reminding us of the resources, relationships, and strengths that support us. This positive outlook helps us stay resilient in the face of adversity, as we are reminded of the support systems and opportunities we have at our disposal. Gratitude also fosters a sense of contentment and peace, which can buffer us against the negative effects of stress and uncertainty. One way to cultivate gratitude is by keeping a daily gratitude journal, where you write down 3 things you're grateful for each day. These can be big or small, anything from a supportive friend to a beautiful sunset. Over time, this practice helps you focus on the positives in your life, making it easier to stay resilient in the face of adversity. Another way to practice gratitude is by expressing appreciation to others. Whether it's a simple thank you note or a verbal acknowledgement, expressing gratitude strengthens your relationships and fosters a sense of connection and support. This social support is a critical factor in building resilience, as it reminds you that you're not alone in your challenges. Gratitude also helps us build resilience by reinforcing our sense of purpose and meaning. When we focus on the things we're grateful for, we're more likely to see the positive aspects of our lives, even in difficult times. This positive perspective helps us stay motivated and engaged, even when faced with challenges, and reinforces our commitment to living a life that is aligned with our values. 8. The role of community and resilience, finding strength in connection. While Stoicism emphasizes self-reliance, it also recognizes the importance of community and connection in building resilience. Surrounding ourselves with supportive and like-minded individuals can provide the encouragement and perspective we need to stay strong during difficult times. A Stoic community offers a space where we can share our struggles, gain insights, and receive guidance from others who are on a similar journey. This sense of belonging and shared purpose can significantly enhance our resilience, reminding us that we are not alone in our challenges. For example, if you're facing a personal or professional challenge, reaching out to a supportive friend or mentor can provide valuable perspective and encouragement. This support can help you navigate the challenge with greater resilience, knowing that you have someone to lean on for advice and guidance. Community also plays a crucial role in reinforcing our sense of purpose and meaning. When we are connected to others who share our values and goals, we are more likely to stay committed to our path, even when faced with adversity. This sense of shared purpose helps us stay resilient and motivated, knowing that our efforts are part of a larger collective endeavor. To build resilience through community, seek out relationships and connections that align with your values and goals. Surround yourself with people who encourage your growth, respect your boundaries, and support your journey. By fostering these connections, you build a network of support that strengthens your resilience and helps you navigate life's challenges with greater ease. 9. Resilience as a skill, the growth mindset of Stoicism. One of the most empowering aspects of Stoic resilience is the understanding that it is a skill that can be developed over time. We are not born with a fixed amount of resilience. Rather, it is something we can cultivate through intentional practice and effort. This growth mindset is central to Stoicism and is key to building mental toughness. The Stoics believe that resilience is not just a trait, but a habit, a way of thinking and acting that can be strengthened through practice. By consistently applying Stoic principles, such as acceptance, detachment, and self-reflection, we can strengthen our resilience and build a mindset that is tough, adaptable, and capable of withstanding life's challenges. For example, if you're struggling with a specific challenge, such as managing stress or overcoming a setback, You can apply Stoic practices to build your resilience in that area. This might involve practicing acceptance of the situation, reframing the challenge as an opportunity for growth, and engaging in self-reflection to identify areas for improvement. Over time, these practices will help you build the mental toughness needed to handle similar challenges in the future. The growth mindset of Stoicism also involves embracing the idea that setbacks and failures are not permanent, but are opportunities for learning and growth. By viewing challenges in this way, you build resilience by developing the confidence and determination to keep going, even when things get tough. To cultivate a growth mindset, start by setting small, achievable goals that align with your values and build on your existing strengths. As you achieve these goals, you build momentum and confidence, reinforcing your commitment to resilience and growth. This process of continuous improvement is central to Stoic resilience and is key to building a tough, adaptable mindset. 10. Living resiliently, the Stoic path to a fulfilling life. Ultimately, Stoic resilience is about living in a way that aligns with our values and supports our well-being. It is about approaching life with a sense of purpose, embracing challenges as opportunities, and staying true to ourselves even in the face of adversity. Living resiliently means applying Stoic principles to every aspect of our lives, from our personal relationships to our professional endeavors. It involves making conscious choices that reflect our values, staying focused on what we can control, and maintaining a positive perspective, even in difficult times. By embodying these principles, we not only build mental toughness, but also create a life that is rich with meaning and fulfillment. Stoic resilience is not about being unbreakable. It's about being adaptable, resourceful, and steadfast in our pursuit of a life well lived. For example, if you're faced with a significant life change, such as a career transition or a major loss, living resiliently might involve practicing acceptance, seeking support from your community, and focusing on the opportunities for growth that the change presents. By applying these Stoic principles, you can navigate the change with grace and resilience, building a life that is aligned with your values and purpose. Living resiliently also means being mindful of how you spend your time and energy. It involves setting clear boundaries to protect your priorities and avoid distractions that can derail your progress. By making intentional choices, you create a life that is aligned with your values and goals, which fosters a deep sense of fulfillment and mental resilience. The transformative power of Stoic resilience lies in its ability to shift our mindset from one that is reactive and fragile to one that is proactive and resilient. By embracing acceptance, purpose, and emotional detachment, we can turn obstacles into opportunities, manage our emotions effectively, and build a mindset that is tough, adaptable, and capable of withstanding life's challenges. Stoic resilience is not just a set of abstract principles. It is a practical, actionable approach to living a fulfilling and meaningful life. By applying Stoic practices in our daily lives, we can develop the mental toughness needed to navigate adversity with grace and composure, creating a life that is aligned with our values and purpose. As you continue on your journey, remember that resilience is not a fixed trait, but a skill that can be cultivated and strengthened over time. By embracing the growth mindset of Stoicism, you can build the resilience needed to thrive in the face of adversity and create a life that is rich with meaning and fulfillment. To truly grasp the power of Stoic resilience, it's essential to see these principles in action. Real-life examples, both historical and contemporary, demonstrate how the Stoic mindset can help individuals overcome immense challenges, transforming adversity into a catalyst for growth and inner strength. These stories also show that Stoic resilience is accessible to anyone, regardless of their background or circumstances. Let's delve deeper into the lives of those who have embodied these principles and explore how you too can apply Stoic resilience to your own life. Viktor Frankl, a testament to Stoic resilience. One of the most compelling examples of Stoic resilience in modern history is Viktor Frankl, an Austrian neurologist, psychiatrist, and Holocaust survivor. Frankl's life and work offer profound insights into how the Stoic principles of acceptance, purpose, and turning obstacles into opportunities can be applied in the most extreme circumstances. Frankl was born in Vienna in 1905 and went on to study medicine, specializing in neurology and psychiatry. His early work focused on suicide prevention and the treatment of depression. But it was his experiences during World War II that would profoundly shape his understanding of human resilience. In 1942, Frankl, along with his wife and family, was deported to a Nazi concentration camp. Over the next 3 years, he endured unimaginable suffering, losing his wife, parents, and brother in the camps. Amidst the horrors of the Holocaust, Frankl found himself faced with a choice: to succumb to despair or to find meaning in his suffering. Drawing on the principles of Stoicism, he chose the latter. Frankl's decision to embrace his suffering and seek meaning in it is a powerful example of the Stoic concept of amor fati, loving one's fate. Rather than resisting his circumstances or giving in to bitterness, Frankl accepted his situation and focused on what he could control, his attitude and response to his suffering. Frankl's resilience was rooted in his belief that even in the most dire situations, individuals have the freedom to choose their response. This idea is closely aligned with the Stoic dichotomy of control, which teaches that while we cannot always control our external circumstances, we can control our inner responses. Frankl demonstrated this principle by maintaining his dignity and purpose even in the face of unimaginable hardship. One of the ways Frankl coped with his suffering was by finding meaning in it. He observed that those who survived the camps were often those who had a sense of purpose, something to live for beyond themselves. For Frankl, this purpose was twofold: to help his fellow prisoners find meaning in their suffering and to survive so that he could share his insights with the world. This sense of purpose gave him the strength to endure the daily horrors of camp life, reinforcing the Stoic belief that purpose and meaning are central to resilience. After the war, Frankl went on to write Man's Search for Meaning, a book that has inspired millions with its message of hope and resilience. In it, he outlines his theory of logotherapy, which posits that the primary drive in human beings is not pleasure, as Freud suggested, but the pursuit of meaning. This idea resonates deeply with Stoic philosophy, which teaches that living in accordance with one's values and purpose is the key to a fulfilling life. Frankl's story is a testament to the power of Stoic resilience. His ability to accept his fate, find meaning in his suffering, and maintain his inner freedom even in the face of extreme adversity serves as a powerful example of how Stoic principles can be applied to overcome life's greatest challenges. James Stockdale, a modern-day Stoic hero. Another remarkable figure who exemplifies Stoic resilience is James Stockdale, a U.S. Navy officer and aviator who was held as a prisoner of war in Vietnam for over 7 years. Stockdale's story is not just one of survival, but of profound mental and moral resilience, grounded in his deep understanding of Stoic philosophy. Stockdale was shot down over North Vietnam in 1965 and captured by the Viet Cong. He was the highest-ranking naval officer among the American prisoners, and his captors recognized this, subjecting him to particularly harsh treatment in an attempt to break his spirit. Stockdale endured years of torture, solitary confinement, and deprivation, yet he never lost his resolve. What enabled him to maintain his resilience under such extreme conditions? Stockdale was a student of Stoic philosophy, particularly the teachings of Epictetus, a former slave who became one of the most influential Stoic philosophers. Before his capture, Stockdale had studied Epictetus's works at Stanford University, and the principles he learned there would become his lifeline during his imprisonment. One of the key Stoic teachings that Stockdale embraced was the idea of focusing on what is within our control and letting go of what is not. In the brutal environment of the prison camp, there was little Stockdale could control: his physical freedom, the conditions of his confinement, and the actions of his captors were all beyond his influence. However, what he could control was his mindset, his decisions, and his adherence to his moral principles. Stockdale applied this Stoic principle by refusing to let his captors break his spirit. He took control of the one thing he could: his response to their attempts to manipulate and demoralize him. When faced with the threat of being used in propaganda, Stockdale inflicted injuries on himself to make himself unpresentable. This act of defiance was a powerful assertion of his autonomy and a clear message that his captors could not control his mind or will. Stockdale's resilience was also rooted in his commitment to the Stoic principle of living in accordance with virtue. Even in the direst of circumstances, he remained true to his values of honor, duty, and integrity. He took responsibility for the well-being of his fellow prisoners, organizing a covert communication system to maintain morale and coordinating efforts to resist their captors' attempts to exploit them. Stockdale's leadership and unwavering commitment to his principles not only sustained him, but also inspired those around him to remain resilient in the face of overwhelming adversity. After his release in 1973, Stockdale reflected on his experiences and the role that Stoic philosophy had played in his survival. He described how the teachings of Epictetus had helped him maintain his inner freedom and integrity, even when his physical freedom was taken away. His story is a powerful example of how Stoic resilience can enable us to endure and overcome even the most harrowing experiences. Sarah's journey, a contemporary example of Stoic resilience. While the stories of Viktor Frankl and James Stockdale are extraordinary, the principles of Stoic resilience are not reserved for heroes of history or war. They are equally applicable to the everyday challenges we all face. Consider the story of Sarah, a fictional yet relatable character who embodies Stoic resilience in her everyday life. Sarah is a 35-year-old single mother working in a demanding corporate job. Balancing her career with raising her two young children alone is no easy task. Over the years, Sarah has faced numerous challenges: financial struggles, workplace stress, and the emotional toll of single parenthood. Yet through it all, she has managed to maintain her mental toughness and continue moving forward with determination. The turning point. Sarah's journey towards Stoic resilience began during a particularly difficult period in her life. After a series of personal and professional setbacks, she found herself overwhelmed and on the brink of burnout. Her job was demanding more time than she could give, her children needed her constant attention, and her financial situation was precarious. The stress was taking a toll on her health, both physically and mentally. Sarah felt trapped in a cycle of stress and exhaustion, unable to see a way out. It was during this time that a close friend introduced her to Stoic philosophy. Intrigued but skeptical, Sarah began reading the works of Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, and Epictetus. What she found in their teachings was a lifeline, an approach to life that resonated deeply with her and offered practical strategies for building resilience. Embracing the dichotomy of control. One of the first Stoic principles Sarah adopted was the dichotomy of control. She realized that much of her stress came from trying to control things that were beyond her influence: her boss's expectations, her children's behavior, and the unpredictable demands of life. This realization was liberating. By focusing on what she could control, her own actions, attitudes, and responses, Sarah began to regain a sense of calm and agency. For example, at work, instead of obsessing over her boss's unpredictable demands, Sarah started focusing on how she could manage her time more effectively and communicate more clearly about her boundaries. She practiced letting go of the need to please everyone and began prioritizing her own well-being. This shift in focus not only reduced her stress, but also improved her performance and satisfaction at work. At home, Sarah applied the dichotomy of control by letting go of the unrealistic expectation that she could be a perfect parent. Instead, she focused on being present with her children, showing them love and support, and setting a positive example through her actions. She accepted that there would be days when things didn't go as planned, and she learned to respond with patience and flexibility rather than frustration. Practicing negative visualization. Sarah also found great value in the Stoic practice of negative visualization. By contemplating the worst-case scenarios that could arise, she was able to prepare herself mentally for challenges before they happened. This practice reduced her anxiety and helped her approach problems with a calm, composed mindset. For instance, Sarah would visualize potential difficulties at work, such as a project falling behind schedule or a conflict with a colleague. By imagining these scenarios and considering how she would handle them, Sarah felt more equipped to deal with them if they occurred. This practice also helped her appreciate the positive aspects of her life, as it reminded her that even the things she took for granted could change or be lost. In her personal life, negative visualization helped Sarah prepare for the challenges of single parenthood. She would consider what she would do if unexpected expenses arose, if one of her children fell ill, or if she had to manage a crisis on her own. By mentally preparing for these possibilities, Sarah felt more resilient and capable, knowing that she had thought through her options and was ready to face whatever came her way. Amor fati, loving one's fate. One of the most transformative Stoic principles for Sarah was amor fati, the idea of loving one's fate. Instead of resenting the challenges she faced, Sarah began to see them as opportunities for growth and learning. She accepted her circumstances, both the good and the bad, as necessary parts of her journey. For example, rather than viewing her status as a single mother as a disadvantage, Sarah embraced it as a unique opportunity to shape her children's lives in a way that aligned with her values. She took pride in her ability to provide for her family and saw each challenge as a chance to demonstrate resilience and strength to her children. Amor fati also helped Sarah reframe her professional setbacks. Instead of dwelling on missed promotions or difficult projects, she viewed them as opportunities to learn new skills, build resilience, and clarify her career goals. This mindset shift allowed her to approach her work with renewed energy and purpose, knowing that every experience, whether positive or negative, was contributing to her growth. Building a routine of self-discipline. To maintain her resilience, Sarah established a daily routine that reinforced the Stoic principles she had adopted. Each morning, she set aside time for reflection, journaling, and planning her day. She practiced mindfulness, focusing on the present moment and letting go of distractions. This routine helped her stay grounded and resilient, even in the face of daily stresses. Sarah also committed to regular physical exercise as part of her self-discipline. She found that taking care of her body through yoga and running not only improved her physical health, but also boosted her mental clarity and emotional resilience. This routine became a non-negotiable part of her day, providing her with a sense of structure and control amidst the chaos of her busy life. Cultivating gratitude and community gratitude became another cornerstone of Sarah's resilience. Each evening she wrote down 3 things she was grateful for, no matter how small. This practice helped her maintain a positive outlook, even on the toughest days. It reminded her of the support she had from friends, the love of her children, and the small victories she achieved each day. Sarah also recognized the importance of community in building resilience. She began reaching out to other single parents, forming a support network where they could share their experiences, offer advice, and provide emotional support. This sense of connection helped Sarah feel less isolated and more empowered, knowing that she was part of a community facing similar challenges. The outcome. Through these Stoic practices, Sarah built a resilient mindset that allowed her to navigate her challenges with strength and poise. She became more confident in her ability to handle whatever life threw at her, and her mental toughness grew with each passing day. Sarah's story is a powerful reminder that Stoic resilience is not just for philosophers or historical figures. It's a practical, accessible tool that anyone can use to build a tough mindset and thrive in the face of adversity. Sarah's journey shows that Stoic resilience is not about eliminating challenges from our lives, but about learning to navigate them with wisdom, strength, and grace. By embracing Stoic principles, Sarah transformed her life from one of stress and struggle to one of purpose and resilience. Her story is a testament to the transformative power of Stoic philosophy in the modern world. Applying Stoic resilience to your own life. As you reflect on the stories of Viktor Frankl, James Stockdale, and Sarah, consider how you can apply Stoic resilience to your own life. What challenges are you currently facing? How might the principles of Stoicism help you navigate these challenges with greater resilience and inner strength? Embrace the dichotomy of control. Start by identifying what is within your control and what is not. Focus your energy on the things you can influence, your actions, decisions, and attitudes, while letting go of the need to control external outcomes. Practice negative visualization. Spend some time each day imagining potential challenges or setbacks. Consider how you would handle them and what you can do to prepare. This practice will help you approach difficulties with a calm and composed mindset. Adopt amor fati. Embrace the idea that every experience, good or bad, is an essential part of your journey. Instead of resisting or resenting challenges, see them as opportunities for growth and learning. Build a routine of self-discipline. Establish daily practices that reinforce your resilience, such as mindfulness, journaling, or exercise. These routines will help you stay grounded and focused, even in the face of stress. Cultivate gratitude and community. Regularly acknowledge the positive aspects of your life and express gratitude for them. Seek out supportive relationships and communities where you can share your experiences and gain strength from others. By incorporating these Stoic practices into your life, you can develop the mental toughness needed to face challenges with resilience and grace. Remember, Stoic resilience is not about eliminating adversity, but about building the inner strength to navigate it with wisdom and courage. As you apply these principles, you'll find that you're better equipped to handle whatever life throws your way, creating a life that is aligned with your values and purpose. The stories of Viktor Frankl, James Stockdale, and Sarah illustrate the profound impact that Stoic resilience can have on our ability to overcome adversity and live a fulfilling life. Whether facing the horrors of a concentration camp, the brutality of a prison camp, or the daily struggles of single parenthood, these individuals demonstrate that Stoic principles are not just abstract ideas, but practical tools for building mental toughness and navigating life's challenges. As you move forward, consider how you can apply Stoic resilience to your own life. Reflect on the challenges you face and the opportunities for growth they present. By embracing Stoic principles, you can build a mindset that is tough, adaptable, and capable of withstanding life's challenges. And remember, Stoic resilience is not about being unbreakable. It's about being steadfast, resourceful, and true to yourself, no matter what obstacles you encounter. By adopting the Stoic practices of acceptance, purpose, and self-discipline, you can cultivate a life that is rich with meaning and fulfillment. As you continue on your journey, let the stories of these resilient individuals inspire you to embrace your challenges with grace and strength, knowing that every obstacle is an opportunity to build a tougher, more resilient you. In today's video, we've delved deeply into the transformative power of Stoic resilience, exploring how this ancient philosophy can help us build a tough, resilient mindset capable of navigating life's many challenges. From the timeless wisdom of Stoic philosophers like Marcus Aurelius, Epictetus, and Seneca to the real-life examples of Viktor Frankl, James Stockdale, and our contemporary character Sarah, we've seen how these principles can be applied across different contexts to foster inner strength, purpose, and emotional balance. The importance of mental toughness in modern life. In our fast-paced, constantly evolving world, the ability to maintain mental toughness is more important than ever. Life is filled with uncertainties, and challenges can arise from any direction, whether it's in our careers, personal relationships, or unexpected events like health issues or financial setbacks. In such a world, mental resilience isn't just a nice to have, it's essential for our well-being and success. However, mental toughness is not something that happens by accident. It requires intentional effort, practice, and a commitment to personal growth. As we've discussed, many factors can make it difficult to cultivate resilience in today's society. External pressures, the culture of instant gratification, perfectionism, and the overwhelming flood of information and expectations. These challenges can leave us feeling overwhelmed, anxious, and disconnected from our true selves. Yet, as the Stoic philosophers remind us, adversity is not something to be feared, but embraced as an opportunity for growth. The obstacles we face are not merely hindrances, but essential elements of our journey. By applying Stoic principles, we can turn these challenges into opportunities to strengthen our character, deepen our understanding, and enhance our resilience. Key Stoic principles for building resilience. Throughout the video, we've explored several key Stoic principles that are crucial for building mental toughness. 1. The dichotomy of control. This foundational Stoic principle teaches us to focus on what we can control, our thoughts, actions, and responses, while letting go of what we cannot control, such as the opinions of others, external events, or outcomes. By internalizing this distinction, we can reduce stress and anxiety, empower ourselves to act with purpose, and maintain a sense of calm even in the face of uncertainty. 2. Negative visualization, also known as premeditatio malorum. This practice involves mentally preparing for potential challenges by contemplating worst-case scenarios. By doing so, we reduce the shock and emotional impact of adversity when it occurs, while also fostering a deeper appreciation for the present and what we have. 3. Amor fati. The Stoic principle of loving one's fate encourages us to embrace all aspects of our lives, including the difficult and painful experiences, as necessary parts of our journey. By accepting our circumstances and seeing them as opportunities for growth, we can transform obstacles into stepping stones and cultivate a mindset of resilience and positivity. 4. Self-discipline. Building resilience requires consistent effort and discipline. Establishing daily routines that reinforce positive habits such as mindfulness, journaling, and physical exercise helps us stay grounded, focused, and mentally tough. Self-discipline also involves making conscious choices that align with our values and long-term goals, rather than succumbing to short-term temptations. 5. Emotional detachment. Stoic resilience involves developing the ability to observe our emotions without being controlled by them. By practicing emotional detachment, we can maintain our composure in the face of challenges, making decisions based on reason rather than impulse. This inner calm allows us to navigate difficult situations with clarity and confidence. 6. Gratitude and community. Gratitude helps us shift our focus from what we lack to what we have, fostering a mindset of abundance and resilience. Additionally, building strong connections with others who share our values and goals provides the support and encouragement needed to stay resilient during tough times. 7. Purpose and meaning. Resilience is deeply connected to our sense of purpose. By living in alignment with our core values and goals, we can find meaning in our struggles and stay motivated even when the going gets tough. This sense of purpose acts as a guiding light, helping us navigate through life's challenges with unwavering resolve. Real-life applications of Stoic resilience. The stories we've explored today, from Viktor Frankl's survival in the Holocaust to James Stockdale's endurance in a Vietnamese prison camp to Sarah's journey as a single mother, illustrate the profound impact of Stoic resilience in real life. These individuals faced extraordinary challenges, yet they emerged stronger and more resilient because they applied Stoic principles to their situations. Frankl found meaning in his suffering and used it as a source of strength, demonstrating the power of purpose and acceptance. Stockdale applied the dichotomy of control to maintain his inner freedom and integrity even in the most harrowing conditions. Sarah, in her daily life, embraced Stoic resilience by letting go of what she couldn't control, practicing negative visualization, and cultivating gratitude and self-discipline. These stories remind us that Stoic resilience is not reserved for heroes or philosophers. It's a practical tool that anyone can use to navigate the challenges of life, whether you're dealing with a major crisis or the everyday stresses of modern life. Stoic principles offer a roadmap for building the mental toughness needed to thrive. Integrating Stoic resilience into your life. As we conclude this exploration into Stoic resilience, I encourage you to reflect on how these principles can be integrated into your own life. Start by identifying the challenges you face and consider how the Stoic practices we've discussed can help you approach them with greater resilience and inner strength. Embrace the dichotomy of control. Focus on what you can influence and let go of the rest. This simple shift in mindset can reduce stress and help you take more effective action. Practice negative visualization. Spend a few minutes each day imagining potential challenges and considering how you would handle them. This mental preparation can help you approach adversity with calm and confidence. Adopt amor fati. Embrace your circumstances, even the difficult ones, as opportunities for growth. By accepting what is, you free yourself from unnecessary suffering and open the door to resilience. Build a routine of self-discipline. Establish daily habits that reinforce your mental toughness, such as journaling, exercise, or mindfulness. These practices will help you stay grounded and focused, even in the face of stress. Cultivate gratitude and community. Regularly acknowledge the positives in your life and express gratitude for them. Build connections with others who share your values and support your journey. Live with purpose. Align your actions with your core values and goals. A strong sense of purpose will help you stay resilient even when times are tough. Looking forward, remember, Stoic resilience is not about being unbreakable. It's about being adaptable, resourceful, and steadfast in your pursuit of a fulfilling life. It's about facing challenges head-on, with the confidence that every obstacle is an opportunity to grow stronger and wiser. As you continue on your journey, let the wisdom of Stoicism guide you, helping you build a life that is not only resilient but also rich with meaning and purpose. The path to mental toughness is a continuous journey requiring ongoing reflection, practice, and growth. By consistently applying Stoic principles, you can develop the inner strength needed to navigate life's challenges with grace and composure. And as you cultivate your resilience, you'll find that you're not only better equipped to handle adversity, but also more capable of living a life that aligns with your deepest values and aspirations. Now, I want to hear from you. Which Stoic principle or resilience-building strategy resonates with you the most? Share your thoughts and experiences in the comments below. If you found this video helpful, don't forget to hit that subscribe button for more Stoic insights and self-improvement tips. By subscribing, you join a community of like-minded individuals on a journey to live more intentional and fulfilling lives. Turn on notifications so you never miss an update, and remember to prioritize your mental toughness, because you deserve to live a resilient, purposeful life. See you in the next video.
Have you ever felt that mental fog that just won't lift, no matter how hard you try to clear your mind? What if I told you that the ancient practice of fasting, combined with the wisdom of Stoicism, could be the key to unlocking mental clarity like never before? Welcome back to the channel. Today we're diving into a powerful and often overlooked practice that can enhance your mental clarity. Fasting, viewed through the lens of Stoic philosophy. We'll explore how abstaining from food for certain periods can sharpen your mind, boost your resilience, and help you cultivate a deeper connection with your inner self. If you've ever struggled with maintaining focus or felt overwhelmed by the constant noise of modern life, this video is for you. In our modern world, we're constantly bombarded by stimuli. From the relentless notifications on our phones to the endless demands of work and social obligations, this constant barrage can cloud our minds, leaving us feeling mentally exhausted and disconnected from our true selves. Many of us struggle with maintaining focus and clarity in the midst of this chaos, leading to feelings of frustration, anxiety, and even despair. The mental fog epidemic. Mental fog, a condition characterized by forgetfulness, lack of focus, and confusion, has become increasingly common. According to recent studies, a significant portion of the population reports experiencing symptoms of brain fog, which can be attributed to various factors such as poor diet, lack of sleep, and chronic stress. These symptoms not only affect our productivity and efficiency, but also diminish our overall quality of life. Mental fog isn't just about momentary lapses in memory or the occasional struggle to find the right word. It's an all-encompassing haze that can affect every aspect of our cognitive function, from our ability to concentrate on tasks to our capacity for problem-solving and critical thinking. Over time, the accumulation of this cognitive dullness can erode our confidence in our abilities, leading to a vicious cycle of underperformance and self-doubt. One of the most insidious aspects of mental fog is its subtlety. It creeps up on us, gradually dulling our mental sharpness until we find ourselves unable to think clearly or make decisions with confidence. This can have a profound impact on both our personal and professional lives as we struggle to keep up with the demands placed upon us. In a world where efficiency and quick thinking are often prized, the inability to perform at our best can lead to a deep sense of inadequacy and frustration. The causes of mental fog are multifaceted and often interrelated. Poor diet, particularly one high in processed foods and sugars, can wreak havoc on our cognitive function. The constant spikes and crashes in blood sugar that result from such a diet can leave us feeling drained and unfocused. Moreover, the lack of essential nutrients, such as omega-3 fatty acids, vitamins, and minerals, can impair brain function and exacerbate feelings of confusion and lethargy. The role of modern diets in mental clarity. Our diet plays a crucial role in our mental and emotional well-being. The typical modern diet, rich in processed foods, sugars, and unhealthy fats, can contribute to mental fog and reduce our ability to focus. These foods are often devoid of the nutrients our brains need to function optimally, leading to a deficiency that manifests as cognitive impairment. For example, diets high in sugar can lead to insulin resistance, which impairs the brain's ability to use glucose, its primary fuel source, effectively. This can result in reduced cognitive function and an increased risk of developing neurodegenerative diseases such as Alzheimer's. Furthermore, the overconsumption of processed foods often leads to chronic inflammation, which is a known contributor to cognitive decline. The constant intake of food, especially when it lacks nutritional value, can overload our digestive system, diverting energy away from cognitive processes and leaving us feeling sluggish and unfocused. When our bodies are constantly working to digest food, especially food that is difficult to process, such as those high in refined sugars and unhealthy fats, our brains may not receive the energy and nutrients they need to function at their best. This can lead to a vicious cycle where poor dietary choices exacerbate mental fog, which in turn can lead to further poor choices as we seek quick, temporary relief through comfort foods. The impact of stress and overstimulation. Stress is another major contributor to mental fog. Chronic stress floods the body with cortisol, a hormone that, in high levels, can impair cognitive function, disrupt sleep, and lead to feelings of anxiety and depression. The brain's prefrontal cortex, which is responsible for decision-making, problem-solving, and controlling emotions, is particularly vulnerable to the effects of chronic stress. Over time, this can lead to a reduction in the brain's ability to function optimally, contributing to the persistent sense of mental fog that so many people experience. Moreover, the demands of modern life can often leave us feeling overstimulated. With the constant influx of information from our smartphones, computers, and social media, our brains are in a perpetual state of overload. This overstimulation can lead to a condition known as decision fatigue, where the sheer volume of decisions we need to make each day leaves us mentally drained and unable to focus on what's important. The more decisions we are forced to make, the more our cognitive resources are depleted, leading to impaired judgment and increased susceptibility to distractions. Technology, which is supposed to make our lives easier, often adds to this burden. Notifications, emails, and social media alerts constantly vie for our attention, making it difficult to focus on a single task for any length of time. This fragmentation of attention not only reduces our productivity, but also contributes to the mental fog that many of us struggle with on a daily basis. The brain, constantly switching between tasks and trying to process multiple streams of information, becomes overwhelmed and less effective at processing any of them. The cycle of poor sleep and cognitive impairment. Another key factor in mental fog is poor sleep. Sleep is essential for cognitive function, as it allows the brain to process and consolidate information, clear out toxins, and restore itself. However, many people do not get the quality sleep they need due to factors such as stress, poor sleep hygiene, and the overuse of technology before bed. When we don't get enough sleep, or when the quality of our sleep is compromised, our brains are unable to function at their best. This can lead to difficulties with concentration, memory, and decision-making, all of which are exacerbated by the mental fog that often accompanies sleep deprivation. The cycle of poor sleep and cognitive impairment is a vicious one, as the more we struggle to think clearly, the more stressed and anxious we become, which in turn makes it even harder to get the rest we need. Sleep deprivation also affects the brain's ability to regulate emotions, leading to increased irritability and a heightened stress response. Over time, this can contribute to the development of mood disorders such as depression and anxiety, which further impair cognitive function and exacerbate the symptoms of mental fog. The disconnection from our inner selves. The challenges of modern life also contribute to a sense of disconnection from our inner selves. We're so consumed by external pressures and distractions that we often lose touch with our core values and beliefs. This disconnection can lead to a pervasive sense of dissatisfaction as we drift further away from what truly matters to us. We find ourselves going through the motions of daily life without a clear sense of purpose or direction, which only serves to deepen the fog that clouds our minds. In many ways, our modern lifestyle pulls us away from introspection and self-reflection. The constant pursuit of external validation, whether through social media likes, professional achievements, or material possessions, can leave us feeling empty and unfulfilled. we become so focused on meeting the expectations of others that we forget to consider what we truly want or need. This disconnection from our authentic selves not only diminishes our sense of fulfillment, but also contributes to the mental fog that clouds our ability to think clearly and make meaningful decisions. The lack of time for introspection also means that we are less likely to engage in activities that nurture our mental and emotional well-being. Practices such as meditation, journaling, and even simple moments of quiet reflection are often neglected in favor of more productive pursuits. However, without these moments of introspection, our minds become cluttered with unprocessed thoughts and emotions, which can contribute to feelings of confusion and mental fatigue. The problem of instant gratification. Adding to this, our society's emphasis on instant gratification further exacerbates the problem. We live in a world where almost anything we want is available at the touch of a button, whether it's ordering food, buying products, or consuming entertainment. While this convenience has its advantages, it also contributes to a culture of impatience and a diminished capacity for delayed gratification. This constant pursuit of instant gratification can dull our minds and make it difficult to focus on what truly matters. We become accustomed to quick fixes and immediate rewards, which can undermine our ability to engage in more sustained, meaningful activities. The more we indulge in these fleeting pleasures, the more we reinforce the neural pathways associated with impulsivity and short-term thinking, which can further contribute to mental fog. Moreover, the focus on instant gratification often leads to poor lifestyle choices that impair cognitive function. For example, opting for fast food or sugary snacks because they are quick and convenient can lead to the blood sugar crashes and nutritional deficiencies that contribute to mental fog. Similarly, spending hours mindlessly scrolling through social media may provide temporary entertainment, but it also contributes to the overstimulation and mental exhaustion that cloud our minds. The erosion of resilience. Another consequence of our modern lifestyle is the erosion of resilience. Resilience, the ability to bounce back from challenges and adapt to adversity, is crucial for maintaining mental clarity and well-being. However, when we are constantly overwhelmed by stress, overstimulation, and poor lifestyle choices, our resilience can become depleted. Without resilience, we become more susceptible to the negative effects of stress and more likely to experience mental fog. We may find it harder to cope with the challenges of daily life, leading to a sense of overwhelm and a diminished capacity to think clearly and make decisions. The loss of resilience can also contribute to a sense of helplessness, as we feel increasingly powerless to change our circumstances or improve our mental state. The need for a solution. Given the multitude of factors contributing to mental fog, it's clear that a comprehensive solution is needed. One that addresses not only the symptoms, but also the underlying causes. This is where the practice of fasting, guided by the principles of Stoicism, comes into play. Fasting offers a way to reset both the body and mind, providing a much-needed break from the constant intake of food, information, and stimuli that overload our systems. But fasting isn't just about abstaining from food. It's about cultivating discipline, self-awareness, and resilience. These are core tenets of Stoicism, the ancient philosophy that teaches us to focus on what we can control and to let go of what we cannot. By integrating fasting into our lives through the lens of Stoicism, we can enhance our mental clarity, sharpen our focus, and reconnect with our inner selves. The Stoic approach to mental clarity. The Stoics believe that true freedom comes from within, and that by mastering our desires and impulses, we can achieve a state of inner peace and clarity. This philosophy is particularly relevant in the context of fasting, which requires us to confront our hunger, resist the urge to indulge, and focus our minds on higher goals. By practicing fasting in a Stoic manner, we train ourselves to rise above the distractions and temptations of modern life, cultivating a mental clarity that is rooted in discipline and self-control. Moreover, fasting provides an opportunity to reconnect with our inner selves and realign our actions with our core values. By stepping back from the constant intake of food and stimuli, we create space for introspection and self-reflection. This allows us to gain a clearer understanding of what truly matters to us, enabling us to make more intentional choices and live in accordance with our true nature. In the following sections, we'll delve deeper into the connection between fasting and mental clarity, explore the Stoic principles that make this practice so powerful, and reveal how you can incorporate fasting into your life to achieve a heightened state of mental and emotional well-being. Fasting, in its various forms, has been practiced for thousands of years as a means to cleanse the body and mind, enhance spiritual awareness, and cultivate discipline. From the religious fasts of Ramadan and Lent to the health-oriented intermittent fasting trends of today, the benefits of fasting are well documented across different cultures and belief systems. At its core, fasting is about more than just abstaining from food. It's about exercising control over one's desires and impulses. This is where the connection to Stoicism becomes particularly profound. Stoicism teaches us that true freedom comes from within, and that by mastering our desires, we can achieve a state of inner peace and clarity. In his Meditations, Marcus Aurelius, one of the most famous Stoic philosophers, often reflected on the importance of self-control and discipline. He believed that by training the mind to remain calm and focused, even in the face of adversity, one could achieve a sense of tranquility that is immune to external circumstances. Fasting is a physical manifestation of this mental discipline. It requires us to confront our hunger, resist the urge to indulge, and focus our minds on higher goals. Physiological benefits of fasting. When we fast, our bodies undergo several changes that can have a profound impact on our mental clarity. One of the most significant effects is the reduction in insulin levels. Insulin, a hormone that regulates blood sugar, spikes whenever we eat, particularly when we consume carbohydrates. High levels of insulin can lead to fluctuations in blood sugar, which can cause energy levels to rise and fall dramatically throughout the day. These fluctuations can contribute to feelings of fatigue, irritability, and mental fog. By reducing the frequency of meals, fasting helps to stabilize blood sugar levels and prevent these energy crashes. This results in a more consistent supply of energy to the brain, which can improve focus and cognitive function. Additionally, fasting triggers the production of ketones, molecules produced by the liver during periods of low carbohydrate intake. Ketones are an efficient source of fuel for the brain and have been shown to enhance cognitive performance and protect against neurodegenerative diseases. Fasting also promotes autophagy, a process by which the body cleans out damaged cells and regenerates new ones. Autophagy is particularly important for brain health as it helps to remove damaged neurons and support the growth of new neural connections. This can improve memory, learning, and overall mental clarity. Autophagy is not just a cleanup mechanism. It is a regenerative process that keeps the brain sharp and responsive. During fasting, the brain undergoes a process similar to a software update. Damaged cells and proteins are broken down and recycled, while new, healthier cells take their place. This cellular renewal is essential for maintaining cognitive function as we age, helping to prevent the decline in mental faculties that can accompany aging. Moreover, fasting has been shown to reduce inflammation in the body. Chronic inflammation is a major contributor to cognitive decline and has been linked to conditions such as Alzheimer's disease and depression. By reducing inflammation, fasting can help to protect the brain and improve mental clarity. The reduction of inflammation is also associated with a decrease in oxidative stress, which further protects the brain from the damaging effects of free radicals and other harmful molecules. Another physiological benefit of fasting is its impact on neurogenesis, the process by which new neurons are created in the brain. Neurogenesis is crucial for learning, memory, and overall cognitive function. Studies have shown that fasting can stimulate the production of brain-derived neurotrophic factor, BDNF, a protein that plays a key role in neurogenesis. Higher levels of BDNF are associated with improved memory, learning, and mental clarity, as well as a reduced risk of neurodegenerative diseases. Psychological benefits of fasting. Beyond the physical benefits, fasting also has a profound impact on our mental and emotional well-being. When we fast, we are forced to confront our desires and impulses head-on. This can be an uncomfortable experience, especially in the early stages of fasting, but it is also incredibly rewarding. By resisting the urge to eat, we develop greater self-control and discipline, qualities that are essential for maintaining mental clarity in all areas of life. Fasting also provides an opportunity for reflection and introspection. Without the constant distraction of food, we can turn our attention inward and explore our thoughts, feelings, and motivations. This can lead to greater self-awareness and a deeper understanding of our values and priorities. In Stoicism, self-awareness is a key component of the good life. The Stoics believed that by understanding ourselves and our place in the world, we could live more in accordance with nature and achieve a state of eudaimonia, or flourishing. Fasting, by quieting the noise of the external world and turning our focus inward, can help us to cultivate this self-awareness and live more intentionally. Moreover, fasting can help to break the cycle of instant gratification that is so prevalent in modern society. We live in a world where we are constantly bombarded with opportunities for immediate pleasure, from fast food and social media to online shopping and streaming services. This constant pursuit of pleasure can dull our minds and make it difficult to focus on what truly matters. Fasting, by forcing us to delay gratification, helps to strengthen our willpower and resilience. It teaches us that we don't need to give in to every impulse, and that true satisfaction comes from achieving long-term goals rather than indulging in short-term pleasures. This mindset shift is crucial for maintaining mental clarity and staying focused on our priorities. The role of fasting in cultivating emotional resilience. One of the key psychological benefits of fasting is the cultivation of emotional resilience. In Stoic philosophy, resilience is the ability to endure hardship and maintain one's composure in the face of adversity. Fasting, by its very nature, is a practice of voluntary discomfort. It requires us to endure hunger, which is one of the most primal and instinctual urges we experience. By choosing to fast, we are deliberately putting ourselves in a state of discomfort and learning to manage our emotional responses to that discomfort. This practice of voluntary discomfort helps to build emotional resilience in several ways. First, it teaches us that discomfort is a natural part of life and that we can endure it without losing our sense of inner peace. By facing hunger and choosing not to react impulsively, we develop a greater tolerance for discomfort in other areas of our lives. This resilience extends beyond fasting and can be applied to any situation where we face challenges or adversity. Second, fasting helps to strengthen our ability to delay gratification. In a world where instant gratification is the norm, the ability to delay gratification is a powerful skill. By choosing to fast, we are practicing self-control and learning to prioritize long-term goals over short-term desires. This ability to delay gratification is closely linked to emotional resilience, as it allows us to stay focused on our goals and maintain our composure in the face of temptation. Third, fasting provides an opportunity to practice mindfulness and emotional regulation. During fasting, we may experience a range of emotions from irritability and frustration to calmness and clarity. By practicing mindfulness during these moments, we can observe our emotions without judgment and learn to regulate them more effectively. This practice of emotional regulation is a key component of resilience, as it allows us to maintain our composure and make rational decisions even in the face of strong emotions. Fasting as a tool for enhancing focus and concentration. In addition to its benefits for emotional resilience, fasting is also a powerful tool for enhancing focus and concentration. When we fast, our bodies enter a state of ketosis where they begin to burn fat for fuel instead of glucose. This shift in metabolism has been shown to improve cognitive function, particularly in areas related to focus, memory, and concentration. One of the reasons fasting enhances focus is that it reduces the fluctuations in blood sugar that can lead to energy crashes and mental fog. By stabilizing blood sugar levels, fasting provides a consistent source of energy to the brain, allowing us to maintain focus and concentration for longer periods of time. Additionally, the production of ketones during fasting provides the brain with a more efficient and stable source of energy, further enhancing cognitive function. Fasting also helps to reduce distractions and improve mental clarity. When we are constantly eating, our brains are often preoccupied with thoughts of food, what to eat, when to eat, and how much to eat. This preoccupation can be a significant distraction, taking up mental space that could be used for more important tasks. By fasting, we eliminate these distractions and free up mental resources that can be directed towards more meaningful activities. Furthermore, fasting has been shown to increase the production of neurotransmitters such as norepinephrine and dopamine, which play a key role in attention, motivation, and cognitive performance. Higher levels of these neurotransmitters during fasting can lead to improved focus, greater motivation, and a heightened sense of mental clarity. The spiritual dimension of fasting. While the physical and psychological benefits of fasting are well documented, it is important not to overlook the spiritual dimension of this practice. Throughout history, fasting has been used as a tool for spiritual growth and enlightenment. In many religious traditions, fasting is seen as a way to purify the body and mind, detach from worldly desires, and draw closer to the divine. From a Stoic perspective, the spiritual benefits of fasting are closely related to the concept of living in accordance with nature. The Stoics believed that by aligning our actions with the natural world and our true nature as rational beings, we could achieve a state of inner peace and harmony. Fasting, by helping us to reconnect with our bodies and minds, can be a powerful tool for achieving this alignment. Fasting also provides an opportunity for spiritual reflection and introspection. Without the distractions of food and the physical act of eating, we can turn our attention inward and explore our spiritual beliefs and values. This reflection can lead to a deeper understanding of our purpose in life and a greater sense of connection to the world around us. In many ways, fasting can be seen as a form of meditation, a practice that quiets the mind and allows us to focus on the present moment. By fasting, we create space for spiritual growth and development, allowing us to cultivate a sense of inner peace and tranquility that extends beyond the physical benefits of the practice. The Stoic perspective on fasting. The Stoics believed that true freedom comes from mastering our desires and impulses. This is a central tenet of Stoic philosophy, and it is one that is particularly relevant to the practice of fasting. In Letters from a Stoic, Seneca writes about the importance of practicing voluntary discomfort in order to build resilience and prepare for the challenges of life. Fasting is a perfect example of this practice. It is a deliberate act of self-denial that strengthens our ability to endure hardship and maintain our composure in the face of adversity. By fasting, we learn to control our appetites and desires rather than being controlled by them. This is a powerful lesson in self-mastery, and it is one that can be applied to all areas of life. When we develop the ability to say no to food, we also develop the ability to say no to other distractions and temptations that can cloud our minds and lead us astray from our goals. Moreover, fasting aligns with the Stoic principle of focusing on what we can control. Hunger, like many other experiences in life, is something that we cannot always avoid. However, we can control how we respond to hunger and whether we allow it to dictate our actions. By choosing to fast, we take control of our response to hunger, demonstrating that we are not slaves to our desires, but rather masters of our own will. Fasting as a path to self-discovery. Fasting also provides a powerful opportunity for self-discovery. When we remove the constant distractions of food and focus our minds on the experience of fasting, we gain a deeper understanding of our own thoughts, feelings, and motivations. This self-discovery is a key component of Stoic philosophy, which emphasizes the importance of knowing oneself in order to live a virtuous and fulfilling life. During fasting, we may become more aware of the patterns and habits that govern our relationship with food. We might notice how often we eat out of boredom, stress, or social pressure, rather than true hunger. This awareness can lead to a greater understanding of our emotional and psychological triggers, and provide insight into how we can live more mindfully and intentionally. In addition to gaining insight into our relationship with food, fasting can also help us to clarify our values and priorities. When we fast, we have the opportunity to reflect on what truly matters to us and whether our actions are aligned with our core values. This reflection can lead to meaningful changes in our behavior and lifestyle, as we become more intentional in our choices and more focused on living in accordance with our principles. Fasting and the development of virtue. Virtue, according to the Stoics, is the highest good and the key to living a fulfilling life. The practice of fasting can be a powerful tool for cultivating virtue, as it requires us to exercise self-control, discipline, and resilience, all of which are essential for living a virtuous life. Self-control is perhaps the most obvious virtue developed through fasting. By choosing to abstain from food, we are practicing self-restraint and demonstrating that we have the power to control our desires, rather than being controlled by them. This self-control is not limited to food, but can be applied to all areas of life, helping us to make better decisions and live more in accordance with our values. Discipline is another virtue that is strengthened through fasting. Fasting requires us to commit to a practice and follow through with it, even when it becomes difficult. This discipline helps to build mental toughness and resilience, qualities that are essential for overcoming challenges and achieving our goals. Resilience, as we have already discussed, is the ability to endure hardship and maintain our composure in the face of adversity. Fasting, by its very nature, is a practice of resilience. It challenges us to endure discomfort and remain steadfast in our commitment to the practice. This resilience not only helps us to navigate the challenges of fasting, but also equips us with the mental and emotional strength to face the challenges of life. Fasting also promotes the development of wisdom, another key virtue in Stoic philosophy. Wisdom, according to the Stoics, is the ability to discern what is good, bad, and indifferent, and to make decisions based on this understanding. Fasting provides an opportunity to cultivate wisdom by helping us to see beyond our immediate desires and focus on what is truly important. By practicing fasting, we learn to prioritize our long-term well-being over short-term pleasures, which is a key aspect of living a wise and virtuous life. Practical strategies for incorporating fasting into your life. Now that we have explored the physiological, psychological, and spiritual benefits of fasting, as well as its alignment with Stoic principles, it is important to consider how to incorporate fasting into your daily life in a way that is sustainable and effective. Types of fasting. There are several different types of fasting, each with its own unique benefits and challenges. The type of fasting you choose will depend on your individual goals, lifestyle, and experience with fasting. Here are a few of the most common fasting methods. 1. Intermittent fasting. This is one of the most popular forms of fasting and involves cycling between periods of eating and fasting. A common method is the 16/8 approach, where you fast for 16 hours and eat during an 8-hour window. This method is flexible and can easily be incorporated into your daily routine. 2. Extended fasting. Extended fasting involves fasting for more than 24 hours. This type of fasting is more challenging and should be approached with caution, especially if you're new to fasting. Extended fasting can range from 24 hours to several days and is often used for deeper detoxification and mental clarity. 3. Alternate day fasting. With this method, you fast every other day. On fasting days, you either eat very little or nothing at all. This method can be more challenging than intermittent fasting, but offers significant benefits for mental clarity and overall health. 4. Periodic fasting. Periodic fasting involves fasting for specific periods, such as once a week or once a month. This approach allows for regular fasting without the commitment of daily or alternate day fasting. Preparing for fasting. Before you begin fasting, it's important to prepare both your mind and body. Fasting can be a physically and mentally demanding practice, especially if you're new to it. Here are some tips to help you prepare. 5. Set clear intentions. Before you start fasting, take some time to reflect on why you want to fast. Are you seeking mental clarity, improved health, or spiritual growth? Setting clear intentions will help you stay focused and motivated throughout the fasting process. 6. Gradual introduction. If you're new to fasting, it's a good idea to start gradually. Begin with shorter fasting periods and gradually increase the duration as you become more comfortable with the practice. This will help your body adjust to fasting and reduce the likelihood of negative side effects. 7. Stay hydrated. During fasting, it's crucial to stay hydrated. Drink plenty of water, herbal teas, or clear broths to keep your body hydrated and support detoxification. Avoid sugary drinks or caffeinated beverages, as they can lead to dehydration and disrupt your fasting process. 8. Mindful eating. In the days leading up to your fast, practice mindful eating. Focus on consuming whole, nutrient-dense foods that will provide your body with the nutrients it needs during the fasting period. Avoid processed foods, sugars, and refined carbohydrates, as they can lead to cravings and make fasting more difficult. 9. Mental preparation. Fasting can be a mental challenge, especially when you first start. Prepare yourself mentally by embracing the Stoic principle of voluntary discomfort. Remind yourself that fasting is an opportunity to strengthen your willpower and develop greater self-control. Visualize the clarity and focus you'll gain from the experience and use this as motivation to stay committed. Maintaining mental clarity. During fasting, once you've begun fasting, there are several strategies you can use to maintain mental clarity and focus. These strategies are grounded in Stoic principles and will help you navigate the challenges of fasting with resilience and grace. 10. Practice mindfulness. Mindfulness is a powerful tool for maintaining mental clarity during fasting. By staying present and aware of your thoughts, feelings, and bodily sensations, you can reduce the mental chatter that often accompanies fasting. Practice mindfulness by taking a few minutes each day to sit quietly, focus on your breath, and observe your thoughts without judgment. This practice will help you stay grounded and centered throughout your fast. 11. Embrace discomfort. Fasting is not always easy, and you may experience hunger, fatigue, or irritability. Rather than resisting these feelings, embrace them as opportunities to cultivate resilience. Remember the Stoic principle that discomfort is a natural part of life and that by facing it head-on, you can develop greater strength and clarity. When you feel discomfort during fasting, take a moment to acknowledge it. Then, refocus your mind on your goals and intentions. 12. Focus on what you can control. One of the core tenets of Stoicism is to focus on what you can control and let go of what you cannot. During fasting, this means accepting that you cannot control the discomfort of hunger or the passing of time, but you can control your response to these challenges. By focusing on your thoughts and actions, you can maintain a sense of control and composure, even in the face of difficulty. 13. Engage in reflection. Fasting provides an excellent opportunity for self-reflection and introspection. Use the time you would normally spend eating to engage in reflective practices such as journaling, meditation, or prayer. Reflect on your goals, values, and aspirations, and consider how fasting is helping you align your actions with your true self. This reflection will deepen your connection to the Stoic principles of self-awareness and intentional living. 14. Physical activity. While fasting, it's important to stay active, but be mindful not to overexert yourself. Light physical activity such as walking, yoga, or stretching can help maintain your energy levels and support mental clarity. Physical activity also promotes the release of endorphins, which can improve your mood and reduce the mental fatigue associated with fasting. 15. Community support. Fasting can be a solitary experience, but it doesn't have to be. Consider joining a fasting group or finding a fasting partner to share the journey with. Having a support system can provide encouragement, accountability, and motivation, especially during the more challenging moments of fasting. Breaking the fast. How you break your fast is just as important as the fasting itself. After a period of fasting, your body and mind are in a heightened state of sensitivity, and it's crucial to reintroduce food in a way that supports your continued mental clarity and well-being. 16. Start slowly. Begin by consuming small amounts of easily digestible foods, such as fresh fruits, vegetables, or broths. Avoid heavy, greasy, or processed foods, as they can overwhelm your digestive system and undo the benefits of fasting. 17. Mindful eating. As you reintroduce food, practice mindful eating. Eat slowly, savor each bite, and pay attention to how your body responds. This mindful approach will help you maintain the mental clarity you've gained from fasting and prevent overeating. 18. Gratitude. Take a moment to express gratitude for the food you're about to eat. Fasting can cultivate a deeper appreciation for the simple pleasures of life, including the food that nourishes your body. By approaching your meal with gratitude, you reinforce the Stoic principle of finding joy and contentment in the present moment. 19. Reflection. After breaking your fast, take some time to reflect on your experience. Consider how fasting has impacted your mental clarity, self-awareness, and overall well-being. Reflect on the lessons you've learned and how you can apply them to other areas of your life. In conclusion, fasting is a powerful tool for enhancing mental clarity. And when approached through the lens of Stoicism, it becomes a practice that not only benefits the body, but also the mind and spirit. By cultivating discipline, self-awareness, and resilience through fasting, you can achieve a heightened state of mental clarity that empowers you to live more intentionally and in alignment with your true self. Now that we've explored the physiological and psychological benefits of fasting, as well as the Stoic perspective on this practice, it's time to delve into the practical application of fasting in your daily life. The key to successful fasting lies in preparation, consistency, and a strong mental framework. By approaching fasting with intention and a clear purpose, you can maximize its benefits and enhance your mental clarity in a way that aligns with Stoic principles. Understanding the power of fasting, a deeper dive into the Stoic framework. To truly grasp the transformative power of fasting, it's essential to understand how this practice integrates with the Stoic framework. Stoicism, with its emphasis on self-control, resilience, and rationality, provides the perfect philosophical foundation for fasting. In Stoicism, the cultivation of virtue is seen as the path to eudaimonia, or human flourishing. Fasting, when practiced with Stoic discipline, becomes a powerful tool for cultivating the virtues of self-control, wisdom, courage, and justice. Self-control, or temperance, is one of the 4 cardinal virtues in Stoicism. It involves mastering one's desires and impulses to live in accordance with reason. When you fast, you practice self-control by consciously choosing to abstain from food, one of the most basic human needs. This act of self-denial is not just about food, it's a training ground for the mind, teaching you to resist impulses and desires in all areas of life. Each time you successfully fast, you strengthen your ability to control other aspects of your behavior, whether it's resisting unhealthy habits, managing stress, or maintaining focus on long-term goals. Wisdom, another cardinal Stoic virtue, involves understanding the nature of things and making decisions based on that understanding. Fasting fosters wisdom by encouraging reflection and mindfulness. When you're not distracted by the constant need to eat, you have more mental space to contemplate your actions, thoughts, and emotions. This reflective practice leads to greater self-awareness, helping you to better understand your motivations and to make decisions that align with your values. In a way, fasting helps you cut through the noise of everyday life, allowing you to see things more clearly and make wiser choices. Courage, the Stoic virtue of facing challenges with strength and resolve, is also cultivated through fasting. Fasting is not always easy. It requires the courage to endure discomfort, hunger, and sometimes social pressure. By choosing to fast, you confront these challenges head-on, developing the mental and emotional resilience needed to face other difficulties in life. This courage is not just about enduring physical discomfort. It's about facing the discomfort of being different, of going against societal norms, and of choosing a path that requires discipline and self-denial. Justice, The virtue that involves fairness and acting in accordance with the common good may seem less directly related to fasting, but it too plays a role. By practicing fasting, you cultivate a sense of gratitude for the food you do have, and you may develop a deeper empathy for those who have less. This empathy can inspire acts of justice, such as sharing with those in need or advocating for fairer distribution of resources. Fasting can also make you more mindful of the impact of your consumption on others and the environment, leading you to make more ethical choices. Preparing the mind for fasting, mental framework, and intention setting. Before embarking on a fasting journey, it's crucial to prepare your mind. This mental preparation is where the Stoic practice of premeditatio malorum, the premeditation of evils, becomes invaluable. Premeditatio malorum involves imagining potential challenges and preparing your mind to face them. By visualizing the discomforts and difficulties you may encounter during fasting, such as hunger pangs, irritability, or social pressures, you prepare yourself to respond to these challenges with equanimity and resilience. Start by setting a clear intention for your fast. Why are you fasting? Is it for mental clarity, spiritual growth, physical health, or all of these? Having a clear purpose will help you stay committed when the going gets tough. In Stoicism, intention matters greatly. It's not just what you do, but why you do it that determines whether an action is virtuous. By setting a Stoic intention for your fast, you align your actions with your higher goals and values, making the practice more meaningful and sustainable. Next, consider the Stoic practice of dichotomy of control, which involves distinguishing between what you can control and what you cannot. When fasting, you cannot control the sensation of hunger, but you can control how you respond to it. By focusing on what you can control, your thoughts, actions, and attitudes, you empower yourself to maintain your fast with dignity and composure. This shift in focus from external discomforts to internal resilience is key to maintaining mental clarity during fasting. Strategies for sustaining a fast, practical tips. Grounded in Stoicism. Once your mind is prepared and your intentions are set, the next step is to implement practical strategies that will help you sustain your fast and maximize its benefits. Here are some Stoic-inspired strategies to guide you. 1. Mindful breathing and meditation. During fasting, you may experience moments of heightened anxiety or discomfort. Mindful breathing and meditation are powerful tools for calming the mind and refocusing your thoughts. The Stoics practiced various forms of meditation, including the contemplation of virtues and the reflection on the impermanence of life. By incorporating mindful breathing or meditation into your fasting practice, you can cultivate a sense of inner calm and clarity. Focus on your breath. Observe your thoughts without judgment and remind yourself of your Stoic intention. 2. Daily reflection and journaling. Reflection is a core practice in Stoicism. The Stoic philosopher Seneca advised his students to reflect daily on their actions, thoughts, and progress toward virtue. During your fast, take time each day to reflect on your experience. How is the fast affecting your mind, body, and emotions? Are you staying true to your Stoic intention? Journaling can be a helpful way to process these reflections. Write down your thoughts, challenges, and any insights you gain. This practice not only deepens your self-awareness, but also reinforces your commitment to the fast. 3. Focusing on the present moment. The Stoics emphasize the importance of living in the present moment, rather than worrying about the past or future. When fasting, it's easy to become fixated on how many hours are left or when you'll be able to eat again. Instead, practice bringing your attention back to the present moment. Focus on what you're doing right now, whether it's working, walking, or simply sitting quietly. This practice helps to reduce anxiety and maintain mental clarity by keeping you grounded in the here and now. 4. Physical movement. Light physical activity such as walking, stretching, or yoga can help to maintain energy levels and mental clarity during fasting. The Stoics believed in the importance of caring for the body as well as the mind. Engaging in gentle physical movement during your fast not only supports your physical health, but also helps to keep your mind clear and focused. Choose activities that are mindful and don't overexert yourself, as the goal is to maintain balance and harmony in the body and mind. 5. Stoic visualization techniques. Visualization is a powerful technique used by the Stoics to prepare for challenges and cultivate resilience. Before or during your fast, practice visualizing yourself successfully completing the fast with mental clarity and composure. Imagine how you will feel at the end of the fast, more focused, more resilient, and more in tune with your true self. This positive visualization can serve as a motivating force, helping you to stay committed to your fast even when it becomes difficult. 6. Engaging with Stoic texts. Reading Stoic texts can provide inspiration and guidance during your fast. Consider reading works by Marcus Aurelius, Seneca, or Epictetus. These texts offer timeless wisdom on how to cultivate virtue, resilience, and inner peace. As you read, reflect on how the teachings apply to your fasting practice and your life in general. This engagement with Stoic philosophy can deepen your understanding of the principles you're applying and reinforce your commitment to the fast. 7. Connection with community. While fasting can be a solitary practice, it doesn't have to be. Connecting with a community of like-minded individuals who are also fasting can provide support, encouragement, and accountability. The Stoics valued the support of a philosophical community, recognizing that we are social beings who thrive on connection and mutual encouragement. Whether it's joining an online fasting group, participating in a Stoic discussion forum, or simply sharing your experience with a friend, this sense of community can help sustain you during your fast. The Stoic practice of voluntary discomfort. Embracing fasting as a training ground. One of the most powerful Stoic practices is that of voluntary discomfort, which involves deliberately placing oneself in challenging situations to build resilience and prepare for life's inevitable difficulties. Fasting is a prime example of voluntary discomfort. By choosing to go without food, you are practicing the art of enduring discomfort with grace and dignity. This practice not only strengthens your physical and mental resilience, but also serves as a training ground for facing other challenges in life. The Stoics believed that by voluntarily experiencing discomfort, we prepare ourselves to handle the inevitable discomforts that life will throw our way. When you fast, you are not only training your body to go without food, you are training your mind to go without the comforts and distractions that often dull our senses and cloud our judgment. This training builds the mental toughness needed to face life's challenges with equanimity. Moreover, fasting as a form of voluntary discomfort helps to break the attachment to external comforts and pleasures. The Stoics taught that true happiness comes from within, not from external circumstances. By practicing fasting, you learn to find contentment and peace within yourself, rather than relying on food or other external sources of comfort. This detachment from external comforts fosters a deeper sense of inner freedom and self-sufficiency. The role of purpose in fasting. Aligning with your core values. Purpose is central to both Stoic philosophy and successful fasting. In Stoicism, every action should be guided by a higher purpose, whether it's the cultivation of virtue, the pursuit of wisdom, or the fulfillment of one's role in society. Similarly, fasting is most effective when it is aligned with a clear purpose that reflects your core values. When you fast with a purpose, you transform the practice from a mere physical challenge into a meaningful spiritual and philosophical exercise. This purpose could be anything from enhancing your mental clarity, deepening your spiritual practice, improving your physical health, or cultivating a specific Stoic virtue like self-control or resilience. Whatever your purpose, make sure it is something that resonates deeply with you and aligns with your overall goals in life. As you fast, keep your purpose at the forefront of your mind. Whenever you feel tempted to break your fast or struggle with discomfort, remind yourself of why you are fasting. This sense of purpose will give you the strength and motivation to persevere, even when the going gets tough. In this way, fasting becomes not just an act of self-denial, but a powerful affirmation of your commitment to living in accordance with your values. Overcoming common challenges in fasting. Stoic solutions for modern obstacles. Fasting is not without its challenges, especially in today's world where food is readily available and social norms often revolve around eating. However, by applying Stoic principles, you can overcome these challenges and maintain your commitment to fasting. Here are some common challenges and Stoic solutions. 8. Hunger pangs. Hunger is the most immediate and obvious challenge in fasting. However, the Stoics teach that we should not be ruled by our bodily sensations. When you feel hunger, acknowledge it without letting it dominate your thoughts or actions. Remind yourself that hunger is a temporary sensation that will pass. Practice mindfulness and focus on your breath, your surroundings, or your purpose for fasting. By shifting your focus away from the sensation of hunger, you can reduce its intensity and continue with your fast. 9. Social pressure. In a culture that often revolves around food, fasting can sometimes lead to social pressure or awkward situations. Friends or family members may not understand your decision to fast, and may even encourage you to break your fast. The Stoics teach the importance of staying true to your principles, even in the face of external pressure. If you encounter social pressure, politely explain your reasons for fasting and stay firm in your commitment. Remember that your purpose and values are more important than conforming to social expectations. 10. Fatigue and low energy. During a fast, especially in the early stages, you may experience fatigue or low energy. This is normal as your body adjusts to a new source of energy, ketones instead of glucose. The Stoic approach to fatigue is to accept it as a natural part of the process and to adapt accordingly. Rest when needed, but also recognize that fatigue is a sign that your body is undergoing a significant transformation. By embracing this fatigue as part of the process, you can maintain your mental clarity and continue your fast with patience and perseverance. 11. Cravings and temptations. Cravings for specific foods can be a significant challenge during fasting. These cravings are often tied to emotional or psychological triggers rather than actual hunger. The Stoic practice of prosoche, attention to the present moment, can help you overcome cravings. When a craving arises, bring your attention to the present moment and observe the craving without judgment. Ask yourself what is triggering the craving. Is it stress, boredom, or a desire for comfort? By understanding the root cause of the craving, you can address it more effectively and resist the temptation to break your fast. 12. Boredom and restlessness. Fasting often means going without the usual activities associated with eating, such as cooking, dining out, or snacking while watching TV. This can lead to boredom or restlessness. The Stoics believed that boredom is a result of a mind that is not fully engaged in meaningful activities. To combat boredom during fasting, engage in activities that are mentally stimulating and aligned with your Stoic values. This could include reading Stoic texts, practicing mindfulness, journaling, or engaging in creative pursuits. By filling your time with meaningful activities, you can avoid boredom and stay focused on your fast. Breaking the fast, a Stoic approach to reintegrating food. Breaking a fast is just as important as the fasting itself, and it should be approached with the same level of mindfulness and intentionality. In Stoicism, every action should be done with purpose and awareness, and this includes eating. When you break your fast, do so mindfully, with gratitude, and in alignment with your Stoic values. 13. Mindful reintroduction of food. Begin by consuming small amounts of easily digestible foods such as fresh fruits, vegetables, or broths. Avoid rushing into heavy, greasy, or processed foods, as these can overwhelm your digestive system and undo the benefits of fasting. Eat slowly and mindfully, paying attention to the flavors, textures, and sensations of the food. This mindful approach helps you maintain the mental clarity you've gained from fasting and reinforces the Stoic practice of temperance. 14. Gratitude and reflection. Express gratitude for the food you're about to eat. The Stoics believed in the importance of gratitude as a practice that fosters contentment and a deeper appreciation for life's blessings. Before eating, take a moment to reflect on the benefits of your fast and the lessons you've learned. Consider how fasting has brought you closer to your Stoic goals of self-control, wisdom, and resilience. By approaching your meal with gratitude and reflection, you reinforce the Stoic virtues you've cultivated during your fast. 15. Continuing the Stoic path. The end of your fast is not the end of your Stoic practice. It's an opportunity to integrate the lessons you've learned into your daily life. Consider how you can continue to practice the virtues of self-control, wisdom, courage, and justice in your everyday actions. Whether it's through mindful eating, continued reflection, or the application of Stoic principles in other areas of your life, use the clarity and resilience gained from fasting to guide your ongoing journey toward eudaimonia. The ultimate insight: fasting as a pathway to inner freedom. The ultimate insight that emerges from the practice of fasting, when viewed through the lens of Stoicism, is the realization that true freedom comes from within. Fasting teaches us that we are not slaves to our desires, impulses, or external circumstances. Instead, we have the power to choose our responses, to cultivate inner peace, and to live in accordance with our highest values. Fasting strips away the distractions and comforts that often cloud our judgment and obscure our true nature. It brings us face to face with our most basic desires and challenges us to rise above them. In this way, fasting becomes a pathway to inner freedom, a freedom that is rooted in self-mastery, wisdom, and resilience. As you continue your Stoic journey, let the practice of fasting serve as a reminder that true freedom is not found in external pleasures or material possessions, but in the ability to control your mind, cultivate virtue, and live in harmony with your true nature. Fasting, when practiced with intention and guided by Stoic principles, is more than just a physical challenge. It is a profound spiritual and philosophical exercise that can lead you to a state of inner peace, clarity, and fulfillment. By embracing fasting as a Stoic practice, you unlock the power to transform not only your body, but also your mind and spirit. This transformation is not just about achieving short-term goals like weight loss or improved focus. It's about cultivating a deeper sense of purpose, a stronger connection to your true self, and a greater capacity for living a life of virtue and meaning. In conclusion, the Stoic approach to fasting offers a holistic framework for enhancing mental clarity, cultivating resilience, and achieving inner freedom. Whether you are new to fasting or have practiced it for years, integrating Stoic principles into your fasting practice can deepen your experience and lead to profound personal growth. Remember that fasting is not an end in itself, but a means to an end, a tool for becoming the best version of yourself and living in accordance with your highest values. As you continue your journey, let the wisdom of the Stoics guide you, and let the practice of fasting empower you to live a life of clarity, purpose, and fulfillment. To bring the power of fasting into a more relatable context, let's delve deeper into the journeys of two individuals who discovered the transformative benefits of fasting. One, a well-known figure whose success story continues to inspire, and the other, a regular person whose life was forever changed by embracing this practice. Steve Jobs, a visionary's secret to mental clarity. Steve Jobs, co-founder of Apple Inc., is often remembered for his innovative genius and ability to think several steps ahead of his time. What many don't know is that intermittent fasting played a significant role in Jobs' mental clarity and creative process. Jobs was known for his minimalist lifestyle and unique approach to both life and work, and fasting was an integral part of this philosophy. Jobs often practiced intermittent fasting, going for extended periods without food to maintain a sharp mind and a focused approach to his work. For Jobs, fasting was more than just a dietary choice. It was a way to strip away the unnecessary, to quiet the mind, and to foster a deeper connection with his inner self. His practice of Zen Buddhism, with its emphasis on simplicity and mindfulness, complemented his fasting routine, creating a powerful synergy that fueled his creativity and innovation. Jobs believed that fasting helped him clear the clutter from his mind, allowing him to focus on the essential. In his high-pressure role as the head of one of the world's most influential technology companies, mental clarity was crucial. Jobs' ability to maintain this clarity, even under immense stress, was in part due to his disciplined fasting routine. One of Jobs' biographers noted that during the development of the first Macintosh, Jobs would often fast, sometimes subsisting on a diet of only fruits and vegetables. He believed that this minimalist approach to food contributed to his ability to think outside the box and see solutions that others missed. Fasting allowed him to maintain a level of mental sharpness that was necessary to push the boundaries of innovation. Jobs' experience with fasting exemplifies the Stoic principle of self-discipline. By practicing fasting, Jobs was able to cultivate a deep sense of focus and clarity that contributed to his success as one of the most visionary entrepreneurs of our time. His ability to maintain mental clarity in the high-pressure environment of Silicon Valley is a testament to the power of fasting as a tool for personal and professional growth. However, Jobs' fasting practice wasn't just about enhancing mental performance. It was also about living a life that was true to his values. Jobs was a man who believed in the importance of simplicity, mindfulness, and living with intention. Fasting was a way for him to align his daily practices with these core beliefs. It was a reminder that even in the fast-paced world of technology, the most important innovations come from within, from a mind that is clear, focused, and connected to its true purpose. Jobs' story illustrates how fasting can be a powerful tool not only for achieving success, but also for living a life that is aligned with one's values and purpose. For Jobs, fasting was a way to maintain his mental edge, but it was also a practice that helped him stay true to the principles that guided his life and work. Sarah's journey, a mother's path to mental clarity and well-being. While Steve Jobs' story is inspiring, it's also important to recognize that fasting can have profound benefits for ordinary people facing everyday challenges. Take, for example, the story of Sarah, a 35-year-old teacher and mother of two, who discovered the benefits of fasting through her personal struggles. Sarah had always been a high achiever, juggling the demands of her teaching career with the responsibilities of raising two young children. However, as the pressures of work and family life mounted, she began to experience symptoms of burnout. She found it increasingly difficult to focus. Her energy levels plummeted, and she often felt overwhelmed by the demands of her busy life. The constant mental fog made it hard for her to stay on top of her work, and she started to question whether she could continue to manage it all. Sarah's story is one that many people can relate to, feeling pulled in too many directions, struggling to balance the demands of work and home, and losing sight of one's own needs in the process. The pressures of modern life had taken a toll on Sarah's mental and physical health, leaving her exhausted and disconnected from her own sense of purpose. One day, while browsing through a wellness blog during a rare moment of quiet, Sarah came across an article on the benefits of intermittent fasting. The idea intrigued her. She had tried various diets and wellness routines before, but none had addressed the root of her problem: her lack of mental clarity and the overwhelming stress that seemed to cloud her mind every day. Intrigued by the idea of using fasting to enhance mental clarity, Sarah decided to give it a try. She started with a simple 16/8 fasting schedule, where she would fast for 16 hours and eat during an 8-hour window each day. She was initially skeptical, worried that fasting would leave her feeling even more drained and irritable. However, she was willing to try anything to regain her focus and energy. The first few days of fasting were challenging. Sarah experienced hunger pangs, and her energy levels dipped, making it hard to get through her day. However, she reminded herself of the Stoic principle of embracing discomfort as a path to growth. She used the quiet moments during her fasting periods to reflect on her goals and priorities, asking herself why she was committed to this new practice and what she hoped to gain from it. As the weeks went by, Sarah began to notice subtle but significant changes. Her energy levels started to stabilize, and the mental fog that had plagued her for months began to lift. She found herself feeling more focused and clear-headed during her fasting periods, able to tackle her work with renewed enthusiasm and precision. The discipline she developed through fasting also started to spill over into other areas of her life. She became more mindful of her eating habits, choosing healthier foods that supported her well-being, and she also found herself more present and engaged with her children and students. One of the most profound changes Sarah noticed was in her relationship with time. Before fasting, she often felt that there were not enough hours in the day to get everything done. However, fasting helped her to slow down and prioritize her tasks more effectively. She realized that much of her previous stress came from trying to do too much at once, without taking the time to focus on what really mattered. By reducing the frequency of her meals and creating a structured eating window, Sarah found that she had more time to dedicate to her work, her family, and herself. Sarah's experience with fasting transformed her approach to life. She discovered that fasting was not just about going without food. It was about reclaiming her time, her energy, and her mental clarity. Fasting became more than just a dietary practice for her. It became a way to cultivate discipline, resilience, and self-awareness. Inspired by Stoic teachings, Sarah embraced fasting as a tool for living more intentionally and aligning her actions with her values. The impact of fasting on Sarah's mental clarity was profound. She found that she could now approach her work with a clear mind, free from the distractions that had previously held her back. She was able to engage more fully with her students, offering them the attention and support they needed. At home, she became more patient and present with her children, no longer feeling overwhelmed by the endless to-do list that had once dominated her thoughts. One of the most significant changes in Sarah's life was her newfound ability to set boundaries. Before fasting, she often felt guilty about saying no to additional responsibilities, both at work and at home. However, fasting taught her the importance of prioritizing her own well-being. She learned that by taking care of herself first, she was better able to take care of others. This shift in mindset allowed her to set healthier boundaries, ensuring that she had the time and energy to devote to the things that truly mattered to her. Sarah's journey with fasting also deepened her understanding of her own values and purpose. Through the practice of fasting, she reconnected with her love for teaching and her desire to make a positive impact on her students' lives. She realized that her role as a mother was not just about fulfilling daily tasks, but about being a role model for her children, showing them the importance of self-care, resilience, and living with intention. Inspired by her own transformation, Sarah began to share her experiences with others. She started a blog where she documented her fasting journey and offered tips and advice to others who were interested in trying intermittent fasting. Her blog quickly gained a following, and Sarah found herself becoming part of a larger community of people who were seeking to improve their lives through fasting and mindfulness. Through her blog, Sarah connected with people from all walks of life, working parents, busy professionals, students, and retirees, who were all looking for ways to enhance their mental clarity and live more intentional lives. She received messages from readers who thanked her for sharing her story and who found inspiration in her journey. This sense of community and shared purpose further reinforced Sarah's commitment to fasting and the Stoic principles that had guided her through her transformation. One reader, a college student named Alex, wrote to Sarah about how her blog had inspired him to try fasting as a way to manage his anxiety and improve his focus on his studies. Alex had struggled with anxiety for years, and the pressures of college life had only made it worse. After reading about Sarah's experience, he decided to try intermittent fasting as a way to regain control over his mind and emotions. A few months later, Alex wrote to Sarah again, this time to thank her for changing his life. He shared how fasting had helped him to manage his anxiety, improve his focus, and develop a greater sense of resilience. Alex's grades improved, and he felt more confident in his ability to handle the challenges of college life. He credited Sarah's blog with giving him the tools and inspiration he needed to make positive changes in his life. Sarah was deeply moved by stories like Alex's. She realized that her own journey with fasting had not only transformed her life, but had also inspired others to make positive changes in theirs. This sense of purpose and connection with others became one of the most fulfilling aspects of Sarah's fasting journey. As Sarah continued to practice fasting and share her experiences, she found that the benefits extended far beyond mental clarity and physical health. Fasting had become a spiritual practice for her, a way to connect with her inner self, reflect on her values, and cultivate a sense of peace and purpose. She began to see fasting as a form of meditation, a time to step away from the noise and distractions of daily life and to focus on what truly mattered. One day, while reflecting on her journey, Sarah realized that fasting had given her something she had been searching for all along: freedom. The freedom to choose how she spent her time, the freedom to prioritize her own well-being, and the freedom to live a life that was true to her values. Fasting had taught her that true freedom comes not from external circumstances, but from within, from the ability to control her mind, her actions, and her responses to the challenges of life. Sarah's story resonates with many people who struggle to balance the demands of modern life while maintaining their mental and emotional well-being. Her journey demonstrates that fasting is not just for the health-conscious or the spiritually inclined. It is a practical and accessible tool that anyone can use to enhance their mental clarity and overall quality of life. Through her experiences, Sarah discovered that fasting was more than just a way to improve her health. It was a path to self-discovery, resilience, and fulfillment. By embracing fasting as a tool for living more intentionally, Sarah was able to reclaim her mental clarity, reconnect with her values, and inspire others to do the same. Bringing it all together, the power of fasting for ordinary and extraordinary lives. The stories of Steve Jobs and Sarah highlight the versatility and power of fasting as a tool for enhancing mental clarity, resilience, and overall well-being. While Jobs used fasting to maintain his creative edge and drive one of the most successful companies in the world, Sarah used fasting to overcome the challenges of modern life and find a deeper sense of purpose and fulfillment. Both stories illustrate that fasting is not just about abstaining from food, it is about cultivating a mindset of discipline, resilience, and intentional living. Whether you are a tech visionary, a busy parent, or someone looking to improve your mental clarity, fasting offers a pathway to greater focus, resilience, and self-mastery. For Steve Jobs, fasting was a way to maintain his mental clarity and stay true to his values of simplicity and mindfulness. For Sarah, fasting was a journey of self-discovery that helped her reclaim her time, energy, and sense of purpose. In both cases, fasting served as a powerful tool for achieving personal and professional growth, as well as for living a life that is aligned with one's values. These stories also demonstrate that fasting, when guided by Stoic principles, can lead to profound personal transformation. By embracing the Stoic virtues of self-control, wisdom, courage, and justice, both Jobs and Sarah were able to use fasting as a means to achieve their goals and live more intentional lives. Whether you're looking to enhance your mental clarity, overcome stress, or simply live a more intentional life, the practice of fasting offers a powerful tool for personal growth. By aligning your fasting practice with Stoic principles, you can unlock the full potential of this ancient discipline and achieve a deeper sense of purpose, fulfillment, and inner freedom. As you reflect on the stories of Steve Jobs and Sarah, consider how fasting might fit into your own life. What are your goals and values? How could fasting help you align your actions with your true purpose? By embracing fasting as a Stoic practice, you too can embark on a journey of self-discovery, resilience, and fulfillment. Connecting with your own story. Now, I invite you to reflect on your own life. Are there areas where you might be neglecting your own needs in favor of others' demands or expectations? Consider how you might apply these Stoic principles to create positive changes in your life. Remember, it starts with small intentional steps, setting boundaries, focusing on what you can control, and aligning your actions with your true values. Reflect on what truly matters to you and how you can begin prioritizing those things today. By doing so, you'll be taking a crucial step toward a more fulfilled and empowered life. Whether it's through fasting, mindfulness, or another practice that resonates with you, the key is to live with intention and stay true to your values. As you continue on your journey, let the stories of Steve Jobs and Sarah inspire you. These are just two examples of how fasting, when combined with Stoic principles, can lead to profound personal transformation. But the real power lies in how you choose to apply these lessons to your own life. Remember, you have the ability to shape your own story, to cultivate mental clarity, and to live a life that is aligned with your highest values. In this video, we've delved deeply into the powerful connection between fasting and mental clarity, explored through the timeless wisdom of Stoic philosophy. We've taken a journey through the physiological, psychological, and spiritual dimensions of fasting, examining how this ancient practice can sharpen our minds, strengthen our resilience, and help us live more intentional, purposeful lives. Understanding the multifaceted benefits of fasting. We began by discussing the physiological benefits of fasting, highlighting how this practice stabilizes blood sugar levels, reduces inflammation, and promotes autophagy, a process of cellular renewal that is particularly beneficial for brain health. These physical changes are not just about feeling better in the short term, they contribute to long-term cognitive health, protecting against mental decline and enhancing overall brain function. Fasting helps our bodies shift into a state where they operate more efficiently, leading to improved focus, memory, and mental clarity. Moreover, fasting has been shown to increase the production of brain-derived neurotrophic factor, BDNF, a protein that supports the growth of new neurons and strengthens existing ones. This neurogenesis is crucial for learning, memory, and cognitive flexibility, making fasting a powerful tool for maintaining a sharp mind as we age. By engaging in fasting, we support our brain's natural ability to regenerate and protect itself against the effects of aging and stress. On the psychological front, fasting challenges us to confront our desires and impulses, providing a unique opportunity to practice self-control and build mental discipline. When we fast, we are forced to face the discomfort of hunger and the emotional triggers that often accompany it. By resisting the urge to eat, we strengthen our ability to resist other impulses that can cloud our judgment and distract us from our goals. Fasting becomes a training ground for developing the mental toughness and emotional resilience needed to navigate life's challenges with clarity and composure. Fasting also serves as a catalyst for self-reflection and introspection. In the absence of food and the routines associated with eating, we are left with more mental space to explore our thoughts, feelings, and values. This introspection helps us gain a deeper understanding of ourselves and our motivations, leading to greater self-awareness and more intentional living. Fasting can help us identify the patterns and habits that no longer serve us and inspire us to make changes that align with our true purpose. The role of Stoic philosophy in fasting. We explored how Stoic philosophy, with its emphasis on self-discipline, wisdom, courage, and justice, aligns perfectly with the practice of fasting. The Stoics believe that true freedom comes from mastering our desires and living in accordance with reason and virtue. Fasting, when approached through a Stoic lens, becomes more than just a physical exercise. It transforms into a spiritual and philosophical practice that cultivates inner peace, resilience, and clarity. Through fasting, we practice the Stoic virtues of temperance, self-control, which involves mastering our impulses and desires, and wisdom, which encourages us to reflect on our actions and align them with our higher purpose. We also cultivate courage by enduring the discomfort of fasting with grace and resilience, and justice by recognizing the ethical implications of our consumption and developing empathy for those who have less. The Stoics also taught the importance of focusing on what we can control and letting go of what we cannot. Fasting provides a practical application of this principle. We cannot control the physical sensation of hunger, but we can control how we respond to it. By focusing on our thoughts, actions, and attitudes during fasting, we empower ourselves to maintain our composure and clarity, even in the face of discomfort. We discuss the practice of voluntary discomfort, a central concept in Stoicism, as it relates to fasting. By choosing to fast, we deliberately place ourselves in a state of discomfort, which strengthens our resilience and prepares us to face life's inevitable challenges with equanimity. This practice of voluntary discomfort helps us break our attachment to external comforts and pleasures, fostering a deeper sense of inner freedom and self-sufficiency. Personal stories, connecting theory to real life. To make these ideas more tangible, we examined the stories of Steve Jobs and Sarah, two individuals from vastly different backgrounds who both found profound value in fasting. Steve Jobs, known for his visionary leadership at Apple, used fasting as a way to maintain mental clarity and creative focus. His minimalist lifestyle, guided by Zen Buddhist principles, was complemented by his fasting practice, which allowed him to clear his mind and focus on what truly mattered. Jobs' story illustrates how fasting can be a powerful tool for achieving professional success and living a life aligned with one's values. On the other hand, Sarah's story is one of an ordinary person facing everyday challenges. As a busy teacher and mother, Sarah struggled with burnout, mental fog, and a lack of focus. Through intermittent fasting, she was able to reclaim her mental clarity, set healthier boundaries, and reconnect with her purpose. Sarah's journey demonstrates that fasting is not just for high achievers or those seeking spiritual enlightenment. It is an accessible practice that can help anyone enhance their quality of life. Both stories highlight the transformative power of fasting when combined with Stoic principles. They show that fasting is not just about physical health, but about cultivating the mental and emotional resilience needed to live a meaningful and intentional life. Applying the lessons, how you can integrate fasting into your life. As we draw these insights together, it's important to consider how you can apply these lessons to your own life. Whether you're looking to improve your mental clarity, manage stress, or live more intentionally, fasting offers a powerful tool for personal growth. Start by setting clear intentions for your fast. Reflect on why you want to fast and what you hope to achieve. Whether it's for mental clarity, spiritual growth, or physical health, having a clear purpose will help you stay committed. Use Stoic practices like premeditatio malorum, premeditation of evils, to prepare yourself mentally for the challenges you may face during fasting and focus on what you can control, your thoughts, actions, and responses. As you begin fasting, use strategies like mindful breathing, meditation, and daily reflection to maintain mental clarity and stay connected to your purpose. Remember that fasting is not just about abstaining from food. It's about cultivating a mindset of discipline, resilience, and intentional living. When you break your fast, do so mindfully and with gratitude, reflecting on the lessons you've learned and how you can integrate them into your daily life. The bigger picture, fasting as a pathway to inner freedom. Ultimately, the practice of fasting, when approached through the lens of Stoicism, offers a pathway to inner freedom. By mastering our desires and impulses, we free ourselves from the tyranny of external comforts and pleasures. We learn to find contentment and peace within ourselves rather than relying on external circumstances to dictate our happiness. Fasting helps us reconnect with our true selves, align our actions with our values, and live more intentionally. It teaches us that true freedom is not found in the absence of discomfort, but in our ability to face discomfort with grace and resilience. This inner freedom, cultivated through fasting and guided by Stoic principles, empowers us to live lives of greater clarity, purpose, and fulfillment. As you continue your journey, let these lessons guide you. Whether you choose to incorporate fasting into your routine or simply apply the Stoic principles discussed, the key is to live with intention, stay true to your values, and cultivate the inner freedom that allows you to navigate life's challenges with clarity and composure. Final thoughts. In conclusion, fasting, when combined with the wisdom of Stoicism, is a powerful practice that can transform your mind, body, and spirit. It's not just about abstaining from food, it's about cultivating a life of discipline, resilience, and intentionality. As you reflect on the insights from this video, consider how you can integrate fasting into your life to achieve greater mental clarity, reconnect with your values, and live more intentionally. Remember, the journey to inner freedom begins with a single step. Start today by making small, intentional changes that align with your true self. Thank you for joining me on this exploration of fasting and Stoicism. As you move forward, I encourage you to continue reflecting on these practices and how they can help you live a life of greater purpose and fulfillment. Thank you for watching. If you found this video helpful, I'd love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. Have you tried fasting? How has it impacted your mental clarity and overall well-being? Share your experiences with our community, and don't forget to like, share, and subscribe for more insights on Stoicism and personal growth. Let's continue this journey together. See you in the next video.